Good morning. Welcome to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration's informal rulemaking hearing for heat injury and illness prevention in outdoor and indoor work settings. My name is Miriam Carlone from Apt Global, contractor to OSHA. We are now ready to begin. I'll turn it over to OSHA to get us started.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Levinson, the Director of the Directorate of Standards and Guidance at the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. I want to welcome you to this informal public hearing on OSHA's heat injury and illness prevention in outdoor and indoor work settings proposed rule. We very much appreciate your participation in this hearing. As you know, on August 30th of 2024, OSHA published a Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, or NPRM, in the Federal Register. Today's hearing is a valuable opportunity to learn from your testimonies and evidence on issues raised in the proposal. It helps ensure the development of a clear, accurate, and complete public record on this rulemaking. We are here to listen both today and in the days ahead, and to learn from your insights. We look forward to hearing your testimony and recommendations to help us determine a path forward that is feasible and based on the best available evidence. Thank you again for being here today. We appreciate your participation and your contributions to the public record, and will fully consider all of the comments, testimony, and recommendations. And now let me turn it back to Miriam for some housekeeping.
Thank you. Before we begin, we'd like to go over some logistics for today's public hearing. As a reminder, all attendees are muted automatically. All WebEx attendees can access closed captioning and translated captioning by clicking on the CC icon on the lower left-hand corner of the application. You can individually select your caption language if translation is required. We will pause shortly as I share this same slide in Spanish. All YouTube viewers can enable closed captioning and auto-translate by clicking on the CC icon on the lower right-hand corner of the application. You can individually select your caption language if translation is required. All WebEx attendees delivering testimony will have access to a countdown timer to ensure allotted time is adhered to. We will launch the timer, and it should be seen on the screen on the right-hand side of your screen. If you do not see this app launched in your WebEx window at the given time, please follow the instructions on the screen to manually launch this app. If you are speaking today, you will receive a notification on your screen that you are being promoted to the panelist group a few minutes before it is your time to provide testimony. Once promoted to the panelist role, you will be able to unmute and turn on your camera. We ask that you do not unmute or turn on your camera until your name has been called and you have been asked to start your testimony. Speakers connected by telephone should unmute their phones when called to testify. Dependent on timing, there may be opportunity to ask questions of other speakers giving testimony. You may press the raise hand button on the bottom of the WebEx application to indicate that you have a question. If there is time, you will be called on by name and promoted to the panelist group to unmute and ask your question. If you are having technical difficulties at any given time, please send an email with your name and phone number to public_hearing@abtassoc.com. I will now hand it over to Chief Judge Stephen Henley to provide an opening statement and go over administrative matters.
Thank you, Miriam, and thank you, Director Levinson. We are on the record. The hearing will come to order. This is an informal public hearing on the Occupational Safety and Health Administration's proposed rule for heat illness and injury prevention in outdoor and indoor work settings. The Notice of Proposed Rulemaking was published on August 30, 2024 in Volume 89 of the Federal Register, beginning at 70698. I am Stephen Henley, Chief Administrative Law Judge for the United States Department of Labor, and I will be presiding over today's hearing. The purpose of the hearing is to receive from interested parties oral testimony, as well as other information pertinent to the proposed rule. After this hearing and the post-hearing comment period have closed, OSHA will review the entire record in determining the content of the final rule. My role as presiding judge is limited to conducting the hearing to ensure that a complete and accurate record is made and that all interested parties receive a fair hearing and have the opportunity to submit their information. The hearing schedule and OSHA's procedures governing this hearing are available on the website at www.osha.gov/heat-exposure/rulemaking. These documents were sent to people and organizations who filed a timely notice of intention to appear at this hearing. A few words about the nature of the hearing. Despite its informal nature, it is governed by rules, both OSHA's rules governing hearings at 29 CFR Part 1911 and the hearing procedures issued specific to this rulemaking. These rules are meant to ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity to speak and express an opinion about the proposed rule. To that end, they also allow me to hold witnesses to their allotted times, limit undue repetition or excessive argument, and generally keep the hearing on schedule. Any written comments you have submitted to the docket are already part of the record of this rulemaking. In the rare case where witnesses wish to provide any other documents that have not already been entered in the docket, they should provide them by email to OSHA events_dsg@dol.gov before the witness begins their testimony, so that they can be entered as exhibits in the record. Because all pre-submitted documents are already part of the record, your oral testimony should concentrate on presenting the highlights of your written comments or clarifying your written submission. Hearing participants may also submit additional evidence or statements for a period of 90 days from the end of the hearing, which will be September 30, 2025. At that point, the record for this rulemaking will close. Today, after each speaker or panel of speakers completes giving oral testimony, OSHA representatives will have an opportunity to ask questions of the speaker or panel. When OSHA has finished asking questions, there will be an opportunity, as time permits, for persons who filed a timely notice of intention to appear to question the witness or panel. Participants may only direct questions to witnesses with whom they have no organizational affiliation. This is the process I intend to follow. After OSHA has finished asking questions of a witness or panel, I will ask participants who wish to ask questions of the witness to identify themselves by pressing the raise hand button in WebEx or by free on their phones for those who have called in. Based on the hearing schedule and the number of participants who wish to ask questions, I will determine the order in which participants will question the particular witness or panel and any time restrictions on that questioning. If there are more questions than we have time for today, it may be possible to ask additional questions after the conclusion of the final witness's testimony. Further, if witnesses are unable to answer a question during today's hearing or would like to expand on the answers provided, they are welcome to use the post-hearing comment period to submit such information. I would also like to remind you that this proceeding is being recorded and transcribed by a court reporter. To ensure that the reporter is able to provide an accurate record of all the testimony, questions, and responses, please try to remember to provide verbal responses to all questions. The court reporter may have a hard time seeing if you only nod or shake your head in response to a question. In addition, please remember to identify yourself before beginning your testimony and before asking or answering a question. And do not worry, I know many participants are not accustomed to doing these things. I will try to remind you as we go along. The transcript of the hearing will be uploaded to the hearing docket on regulations.gov approximately 2 weeks following the hearing. Finally, I believe Ms. Wiles from the Solicitor's Office may have a few exhibits to enter into the record before we get to our first witness.
Yes, Linda Wiles from the Solicitor's Office. Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to offer as Exhibit 1 the master index of the complete record of this rulemaking as of today's date. This should be included in the hearing record. This is not a copy of all the documents that have been submitted to the docket. Rather, it's a list of all the documents that are part of the public docket of this rulemaking. Docket number OSHA-2021-0009. All of the documents listed here are available for inspection and, as permissible, copying at the OSHA docket office. In addition, all of the documents are listed in the docket index for this rulemaking at www.regulations.gov, the federal e-rulemaking portal.
Thank you, Ms. Wiles. The master index will be made a part of this record.
Linda Wiles from the Solicitor's Office again. Thank you. I also have an additional few other exhibit-related requests. First, I would like to reserve exhibit number 2 for a complete list of hearing exhibits, which we will prepare after the close of the hearing. Second, I would like to mark copies of 2 other documents for entry as exhibits. I am marking a copy of the hearing procedures as exhibit number 3 and a copy of the hearing schedule as exhibit number 4. I request that these documents be entered into the record as well for this hearing.
I will reserve exhibit number 2 for the complete list of hearing exhibits as requested. The hearing procedures will be entered into the record of this proceeding as exhibit number 3, and the schedule will be entered as exhibit number 4.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, unless there are any further announcements or other housekeeping matters, I believe that we can proceed with the public testimony. The expected speaking order is currently displayed on the screen. Our contractor, Miriam, will introduce each speaker in turn and promote them to be panelists. A reminder again, when you are called to testify, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Speak slowly and clearly so our court reporter can record these proceedings accurately. Miriam.
The first speaker group will be American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations. The group consists of Rebecca Reindel, Shanae Arbery, and Ayusha Shrestha. Please state your name and affiliation for the record before you begin, and anytime you give further testimony as you are all in one room.
Ms. Reindel, Ms. Arbery, Ms. Shrestha, can you hear me?
You have each been promoted to panelists, so
Ms. Reindel.
One moment, we're having technical difficulties on Rebecca's end.
thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
Ms.
can.
Reindel, is that you, Rebecca Reindel?
This is Rebecca Reindel. Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Do you need to see me or are you okay?
If you would like to be seen, just turn on your camera.
Sorry, we're taking care of that. My computer wouldn't allow me to unmute, I'm not sure I was promoted because I couldn't unmute. So I'm on my colleagues. Okay, great.
There you go.
Great, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to testify today. Sorry, one more technical difficulty. Apologies. I'm Rebecca Reindell, and I'm the Safety and Health Director at the National AFL-CIO. I'm joined on this panel by my two AFL-CIO colleagues. We represent 63 national labor unions and their 15 million worker members across a wide variety of US industries where workers are exposed to heat hazards at work and who need workplace-specific protections, including construction, manufacturing, airports, corrections, schools, transit, hospitality, entertainment, warehouses, the Postal Service, and many other industries. In 2022, the AFL-CIO and many unions commented on OSHA's advance notice of proposed rulemaking to protect workers from heat exposures on the job. In January of this year, we also commented on OSHA's proposed heat rule issued last year. The AFL-CIO has a long history of supporting the promulgation of federal OSHA standards. We have been involved in the development of heat standards in states and have supported collective bargaining agreements and workplace campaigns related to workplace heat protections. This hearing was scheduled by the Biden administration, and we are glad to see there's still an opportunity for stakeholders to testify in the next stage of the rulemaking. But this hearing is not a final standard, and we urge the Trump administration to build a final standard based on last year's comprehensive proposal and on the evidentiary record, as the agency is required to do. I will be leading our panel, and my colleagues will offer key areas we believe need to be strengthened in the final rule so that workers can be adequately protected. Additionally, since many of our unions will raise specific issues and case examples directly from their own membership, and our testimony will focus on some overarching issues and positions. The promulgation of a national heat standard to protect workers is critically overdue. Heat has been a long-standing hazard in workplaces, which has only been made worse by climate change in ways already substantiated in the record. But working in hot environments has long been recognized as hazardous to workers. This is why in 1972, NIOSH published its first criteria document for a recommended standard to protect workers from heat. These recommendations were updated in 1986 and again in 2016. By publishing and continuing to update these formal recommendations as NIOSH is required to do, the agency recognized the need for an enforceable standard, not just guidance.
Ms. Reindell, this is Judge Henley. You're frozen. If you can hear me.
Also had guidance for employers on workers on water, rest, and shade.
Ms. Reindell,
Yes?
you froze for a couple seconds. You may want to back up about 15 seconds and repeat your testimony.
Right.
Now I believe you're muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Great. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. NIOSH published its first criteria document for recommended standard in 1972 to protect workers from heat. These recommendations were updated in 1986 and again in 2016. By publishing and continuing to update these recommendations, as NIOSH is required to do, the agency recognized the need for an enforceable standard, not just guidance, for more than 50 years now. So not only have we known about heat hazards and exposures for decades, we've also known about the common sense control measures needed to reduce these exposures. And this is for both outdoor and indoor workers. OSHA has also had guidance for employers and workers on water, rest, and shade. Yet none of these recommendations
So our speaker froze again. And Ms. Rindell, you froze again for about 8 seconds this time. That's okay.
I'm going to, okay, I'm going to maybe stop. I'm going to stop my video and see if that helps.
I think, yeah, it's a good idea. Let's go off camera and see if that'll help.
So a federal standard is needed. In some specific workforces, like those in the U.S. Postal Service, are not covered by any state OSHA standards. The lack of a federal OSHA standard leaves these workers at high risk to heat exposures on the job with no protections, and many have died. A recent example of this includes one of our letter carriers who, just a few weeks ago, had heat-related symptoms while out on their route not far from Washington, D.C. in Wheaton, Maryland. Maryland has a heat standard issued last year by Maryland State OSHA plan, but it is federal OSHA who has coverage over the U.S. Postal Service. And the General Duty Clause has not been able to adequately protect postal workers from job heat exposures. These high-risk workers need a federal heat standard to protect them. States cannot do it. Since this rulemaking started 4 years ago, we've already lost several hundred workers to work-related heat exposure by DOL's own counts, which are only a fraction of the real problem, and many, many others have suffered debilitating heat illness. The AFL-CIO strongly supports OSHA's proposed rule and its comprehensive approach. We believe OSHA's approach in this standard is generally quite reasonable and straightforward. We do have a few recommendations to make the rule stronger, and we will get into those later in our testimony. The proposed OSHA heat standard is not one size fits all. It actually is quite pragmatic and a smart approach by the agency. The proposal does several things that industries should like, such as it creates a common elements of a heat program across workplaces that are specifically designed to be adaptable and flexible to each industry and worksite. It helps multi-state employers comply with one set of requirements across different geographic regions rather than a patchwork of different frameworks. It includes incentives for employers to avoid exposure monitoring by assuming inclusion in the rule following high heat triggers. It has less strict requirements on acclimatization than what formal recommendations have even advised. And it provides some specific instructions and guidance to help employers. Having some specificity in the rule does not mean it's overly prescriptive. And in order to protect workers, you must have some minimum requirements that require some specificity. Otherwise, it is not practicable or enforceable. OSHA must include some specifications that ensure employers are not harming the goal of such a standard, that is, to reduce significant risk. But for instance, if water isn't cool enough to cool the body down, or shade is provided in a hot car, or fan use above a certain temperature is permitted, these all increase the body temperature, not decrease it. So these will have the opposite effect of the goal of the standard, and they are necessary. Letting employers address heat however they want with no rules whatsoever is what we have now in most places, and it is still not working. Water, rest, shade is simply not enough. And here, OSHA is providing a classic risk assessment approach. We hear that heat is different. It's not different. You conduct a risk assessment to identify the hazardous exposures, you identify the control measures needed, and you implement them. We know heat exposure sources. We know the multitude of control measures available. In summary on this, OSHA's proposed heat standard sets a strong framework for employers to follow with critical elements that are necessary to
Ms. Rindell.
Okay, I think I'm back.
We lost you for about 5 to 10 seconds at the end there.
Okay. It is, simply put, it is normal for OSHA standards to require employers to adequately plan to prevent workplace exposures. This is how we save lives. After more than 50 years of OSHA setting and enforcing workplace safety and health standards, some of the big industries we have seen objecting to heat standards should be quite familiar with the common elements of OSHA standards, if they are following the law on other hazards. If anything, the proposal on heat is a more flexible approach than we have seen in many OSHA standards. History shows us that OSHA standards actually cost less than estimated in the final rule, and they actually force technology, and they are meant to do just that. An OSHA heat standard, just like other OSHA standards, will create a demand in the market for information, more efficient ways of doing things, technologies, control measures, and other tools for employers. But on heat, many of these have already been around for decades. And we also know that once a standard is issued, employers usually welcome a uniform model to follow. It is OSHA's responsibility to set a standard that protects workers and prevents heat-related incidents, not just responds to them. And because heat is a recognized workplace hazard and employers control the working conditions, hot working conditions are the employer's responsibility to address. This is why we need a federal standard. Lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't leave today without mentioning the major agency missing from this national heat hearing, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, or NIOSH. In the past 2 months, the administration fired 85% of the NIOSH staff who do the critical scientific research and intervention work on the effects of workplace heat exposures on the body, existing and developing workplace control measures, and technologies that help employers and workers monitor conditions in their workplaces. Of the small number of staff who were recently reinstated, none are those who develop criteria documents for a recommended standard and do not include many of those experts who would be testifying here today. NIOSH has testified at federal OSHA heat hearings for decades about their work on a specific hazard.
Ms. Rindell, we lost you again.
Hi, I noticed I went out.
We can hear you.
I'm back. NIOSH has
Yes.
testified at federal OSHA heat hearings for decades about their work on a specific hazard. The firing of NIOSH experts has eliminated their participation in this hearing and has removed our right as stakeholders to ask NIOSH key questions about their expertise. It is a huge loss to OSHA, to the other witnesses participating in this hearing, and to the evidentiary record. In closing, we recognize a federal OSHA heat standard will not cover every employer or worker in America, but a federal standard would create a floor for many to comply with and for others to strengthen. Thank you for your time. When we take questions to our panel, I will lead and direct them to the most appropriate person. And I'll now turn this over to my colleague, Shanae Arbery.
Thank you, Ms. Rindell. Ms. Arbery, if you can identify yourself, and then if you'd like, you can turn the camera off.
Great, I apologize.
And we're frozen again.
To address heat exposures and the importance of requiring participation of workers and their representatives in the employer's implementation of the heat standard.
Ms.
Nothing
Arbery,
short of it.
yeah,
Oh,
Judge Henley, I apologize. You were frozen right there at the beginning when I believe you introduced yourself in the beginning of your remarks.
I apologize. I can start from the beginning.
Please.
So, as I stated before, I'm Shanae Arbery, the Senior Safety and Health Specialist at the AFL-CIO. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on the need for OSHA to adopt a comprehensive heat injury and illness prevention standard, the need for OSHA to require employers to use a hierarchy of controls to address heat exposures, and the importance of requiring participation of workers and their representatives in employers' implementation of the heat standard. Nothing short of a comprehensive standard will be acceptable to workers in America. A piecemeal patchwork approach has not and would not adequately protect workers. Heat stress is not just about the sun or the temperature, it's about the working environment, humidity, work surfaces that reflect, absorb, or block heat. It is also about physical burdens on the bodies. One one's workload and the adaptation periods necessary to adjust to different workloads. It's also about cooling the body down through access to necessary hydration and shade, and it's about how employers prepare for, prevent, control, and respond to exposures. Today, I will highlight a few key areas of a comprehensive standard approach. Both outdoor workers and indoor workers are harmed by extreme heat at work, but many indoor workers under our umbrella would be excluded from OSHA's proposed rule who deal with significant heat exposure at work that their employers still have not addressed. These are workers in manufacturing plants, post offices, schools, and others who may fall under OSHA's proposed sedentary exclusion. Under OSHA's proposed rule, these workers would be able to work at, say, 120 degrees or more with no requirements on their employers because they are excluded from this rule with no temperature limits. But they need to be covered under a federal standard. They need to have the same temperature triggers that everyone else has. Many of these workers move on the job more than OSHA can predict, and extreme heat has dangerous effects even while sedentary. Second, a written plan. A proactive plan that's in writing is key for everyone to be involved, aware, and held accountable. Third, temperature triggers. This is a common sense public health approach for inclusion of those at risk with increasing requirements as conditions worsen. 4, acclimatization. The majority of heat-related worker deaths have occurred during the first few days on the job. Mandatory acclimatization protocols protect new and returning workers. 5, control measures. Preventing and mitigating heat exposures based on a risk assessment and requiring engineering controls to reduce workers' heat exposure at the source. 6, mandatory breaks. This is both necessary for reducing significant risk, and there's evidence that shows productivity actually increases when human bodies have had a chance to cool down and rest. One word of caution here, though, on fan use during breaks. As we cited in our written comments, fan use above 90 degrees does not cool the body down and can actually have the opposite effect. So fans on breaks need to have strict requirements to not make the problem worse. But OSHA's proposal allows for fan use in break areas. Blowing hot air on workers during breaks will not cool them down effectively before returning to work. So we believe that OSHA needs to tweak the instructions of fan use during breaks to reflect this reality and propose and the purpose of a cooling break. Seventh and last, training. Both workers and supervisors must receive regular, adequate training in order for the plan to be effective, including on reporting heat hazards, illnesses, and monitoring and emergency response procedures. The second area I would like to highlight today is addressing the source exposure of heat hazards. Addressing the significant risk of heat through a federal OSHA standard requires that the agency goes beyond only focusing on the body's physiological response to heat. As with all other OSHA standards and in Industrial Hygiene 101, OSHA standards must require employers to control and reduce the source exposure to the hazard where feasible. Addressing both the exposure and the response is critical and has been OSHA's approach for decades. The best way to do this is for employers to mitigate exposures to heat using the hierarchy of controls. And there are many control measures beyond water, rest, and shade that reduce heat exposure. For instance, where there is a machine giving off radiant heat, employers can take measures to install guards or barriers to block that heat. Where there are hot surfaces, employers can take measures to reduce exposure to them or to change the surface color or coating to reflect heat rather than absorb it. The hierarchy of controls has never been prescriptive. It does not mean that every control will be applicable in every workplace. However, the hierarchy requires employers to walk through the categories of heat exposure sources in order, and for decades, OSHA has required employers to use a hierarchy to implement these controls to the greatest extent feasible. It is per myth that heat is different. In NIOSH's first criteria document for a recommended heat standard in
I think we lost you, Ms. Arbery. Ms. Arbery.
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
here.
we lost.
I'm
You
still
lost
here.
about 10 seconds of your testimony.
I apologize. I will backtrack that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
In NIOSH's first criteria document for a recommended heat standard in 1972, the agency recommended engineering controls. the recently passed ANSI standard on heat in construction explicitly uses the hierarchy of controls. The body's heat burden is cumulative, created by different heat exposures. Preventing the exposure to begin with, where feasible, is key. Without the hierarchy, employers will bypass some very obvious sources of heat exposure. And in that vein, we strongly support OSHA's proposed requirement to ensure any PPE is properly evaluated for contributing to heat stress. OSHA should also provide employers, workers, and their representatives with visual tools and guidance on the different areas of the hierarchy of controls for heat exposure so that everyone is on.
I think we lost you again, Ms. Arbery. Briefly. Ms. Arbery.
Yes, I'm here.
Yep, we lost you again. Briefly, lost.
Apologies, I did not catch that.
But you're back with us. Or
Hello?
maybe not. Yeah, Ms. Arbery, can you hear me? This is Judge Henley.
I can hear you. You're quite glitchy.
Yeah, I think that may be on your end.
I think I should, okay, now I can see that you're back. And in that vein, we strongly support OSHA's proposed requirement to ensure any
Yep, and now I think you're frozen. Miriam, do you have any suggestions that maybe on their end they can look into? This seems to be a chronic problem.
Yeah, I was about to come off the mute. I want to confirm that she can hear me. Miss Arbery, are you able to hear me? Or Ayesha, if you're in the same room and you're able to come off of mute, are you able to hear me?
I think they're all using the same laptop.
Yeah. There's still about 10 minutes left in your testimony. It's possible that we could have somebody call in and use the phone instead. And I'm happy to have them switch that method. I just want to confirm someone can hear me to do that.
Yeah, let's see if they rejoin us.
Yeah, let's see if we can get one of them back.
I can hear you.
Shanae, can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me, Miss Arbery? Okay, I just got a note that they're calling, so I'll go ahead and promote them once they call.
So let me, if you are able to put them on speaker.
Absolutely. If they're calling in, the individual that just sent me that note, Mr. Kane, could you tell them to use *3 to raise hand so I can just confirm the number that's calling in?
Right. Do you think they can hear at this point?
Looks like they have somebody advocating for them in the chat.
Could you put that in the chat?
Yeah. Yeah. Ms. Kane is speaking for them in the chat, so let's see if she can pass that note.
If they're able to speak by phone, would they need to turn off their link?
Yeah, I'll just mute so you're right. So there's no feedback. I'll just mute the computer.
Thank you. Miriam, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm getting word in the chat that she's calling in, but I need to be able to promote. So I'm just letting them know how to do that. Just want to make sure I promote the correct phone number.
That would help.
Got it. All right, Shanae, you should now be unmuted. Go ahead
Hi, all.
once
I
you're
deeply
ready.
apologize for. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yes, deeply apologize. I think our whole office building is having connectivity issues. I will pick off where I left off.
That's fine, Ms.
Am I-
Arbery. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. In NIOSH's first criteria document for a recommended heat standard in 1972, the agency recommended engineering controls. The recently passed ANSI standard on heat in construction explicitly uses the hierarchy of controls. The body's heat burden is cumulative, created by different heat exposures. Preventing the exposure to begin with, where feasible, is key. Without the hierarchy, employers will bypass some very obvious sources of heat. And in that vein, we strongly support OSHA's proposed requirement to ensure any PPE is properly evaluated for contributing to heat stress. OSHA should also provide employers, workers, and their representatives with visual tools and guidance on the different areas of the hierarchy of controls for exposure so that everyone is on the same page. Finally, the AFL-CIO strongly supports requirements for the active participation of workers and their representatives in the final heat rule. We commend OSHA for including this requirement in developing and implementing the written heat plan, such as identifying heat hazards, where and when the work environment meets the heat trigger, and feasible control options. We also commend OSHA for including reviewing and updating the heat plan regularly, especially after heat-related incidents, and developing and implementing the emergency response plan. However, employers must also be required to permit workers and their representatives to access exposure monitoring records so that they can be aware of changes in working conditions and help mitigate exposures associated with those current changes. And lastly, access injury and illness records to identify patterns and gaps in preventative measures. These provisions are not only consistent with OSHA standards and worker representation rights, they are fundamental to ensuring the rule is properly enforced and delivers real protections. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to my colleague Ayusa on this line.
Thank you. Thank you, Shanae. Hello, I am Ayusa Shrestha, a Safety and Health Policy Assistant at the AFL-CIO. Can everyone hear me properly?
Yes, you can.
Great. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on two other key areas that should be strengthened from the proposed rule: the need for record-keeping requirements and the need for clear anti-retaliation provisions in a final OSHA heat standard. We cannot rely on current systems for capturing the full scope of heat incidents at work. Heat-related illnesses and injuries are extensive in workplaces, but surveillance of these is poor. Also, localized and national efforts to compile or report heat-related deaths or severe illness also neglects reporting by industry and/or occupation, which is critical for employers, researchers, and authorities to identify areas where intervention and more resources are needed. And without a thorough mechanism to systematically capture and track heat events, employers are operating blind to actual risks associated with heat at their job sites. Yet, OSHA's proposed standard on heat has no requirement for employers to record and report incidents of heat-related illness and injury. Under OSHA's existing record-keeping rule, many heat-related illnesses, especially those being treated with what is commonly considered first aid or those resulting in temporary job modifications lasting less than 1 working day, are not recordable. For heat exposures, these incidents are substantial warning signs. Our written comments earlier this year can include our 3 main recording and reporting recommendations that we urge OSHA to include in its final rule. I will only touch on them briefly for my testimony today. First, OSHA should require all employers covered by the standard to maintain a written incident log, heat incident log. This log would capture all heat-related incidents, regardless of whether the incident meets the current threshold of OSHA recordability. The log needs to be actively updated and maintained as a part of the employer's written heat illness prevention and emergency response plan. It must be accessible to workers and their representatives. When consistently maintained, such logs assist employers and workers identifying heat-related hazards through pattern recognition. Second, the final standard must include clear definitions of work-related heat illness that can be recorded on OSHA 300 logs. OSHA should provide appropriate criteria that parallel the full spectrum of heat-related conditions listed in the preamble, such as heat cramps, heat stroke, heat exhaustion, heat syncope, amongst other conditions. Third, OSHA should require that all work-related heat cases that require emergency care be reported to the agency within 8 hours as a part of OSHA's existing severe injury reporting regulation. In summary, having these records in writing assists employers and workers identifying heat-related exposures and the conditions and for taking actions to put measures in place to prevent these hazardous exposures. In addition to strong record-keeping requirements, OSHA's final heat standard must include clear and enforceable anti-retaliation measures. Similar anti-retaliation measures are found in other OSHA standards because workers are often penalized for reporting injuries and illnesses, for reporting where hazards exist, for taking preventative actions to control a hazard, and for otherwise exercising their rights described in a specific safety and health standard. In hot working environments specifically, many workers are retaliated against for speaking up about sources of heat exposures, requesting engineering controls or water, taking cool-down breaks, logging heat incidents, or needing appropriate care in emergency situations. A standard is only as strong as a worker's ability to safely use it. Furthermore, when and if medical evaluations occur, there must be strict confidentiality protections to ensure privacy between a worker and their medical provider. It should remain an individual worker's choice to share medical information with their employers. Workers must feel empowered to act, not fear punishment for protecting themselves and their colleagues. If anti-retaliation measures are not cemented into the standard, it will be left up to individual employers' interpretations and will leave us no further than where we are now, where there are significant problems. No worker should have to face the decision to choose between their lives and their livelihoods. Thank you. That concludes the AFL-CIO's testimony for today.
Thank you, Ms. Schreschredt, and thank you, AFL panel. Do the OSHA representatives have questions for this panel?
Yes, Your Honor, we do. Andrew Levinson for OSHA. To the AFL panel, let me remind you, you can either answer now and or in post-hearing written comments to any of the questions that we have for you. In your written comments, you recommended that OSHA mandate employers prioritize the hierarchy of controls when implementing heat injury and illness prevention programs. Can you further explain how you envision such a requirement working, particularly for outdoor workplaces where water, rest, and shade does not conveniently fall into the hierarchy of controls? Also, can you talk about your advocacy for cooling personal protective equipment? And do you have any information on the feasibility of maintaining the cooling properties of PPE during employees' work cycles?
Thank you. This is Rebecca Reindell. I'm happy to take that question. Just to start, and for all of these, first of all, apologies for our technical incapabilities today, but we're happy to follow up in more detail. I would just like to say on your question, we think that water, rest, shade, of course, are critical and important. We think there do need to be specific measures around there. The way that the proposed standard laid these out as it relates to other parts of the hierarchy of controls, such as engineering controls, are inconsistent and leave quite a few gaps. And so, for instance, in the proposal, some engineering controls, such as radiant heat exposures, are mentioned as one option in indoor working environments only, not in outdoor working environments. We know there are engineering controls that some employers have used where they, now this of course would not be relevant in every single work site, but there are some where they have changed the surface. We know, there are certainly issues in engineering controls options in settings like airports out on a tarmac, where there can be better engineering controls implemented. We can provide more specific examples, but the engineering controls is a hierarchy, so it needs to be walked through in order, and water, rest, shade accompanies and is part of this hierarchical approach. But we do think there's a big gap of where engineering controls have been left out of feasible control measures for outdoor settings, and also for indoor settings where the requirement to examine engineering controls is optional. So if you have air conditioning inside, you don't have to address sources that are giving off heat. And so I think there's, or fan use. And so there seem to be options that completely leave out the ability for employers to do some pretty fundamental corrections that would, reduce the actual heat exposure before the workers have to take breaks, for instance. And then also would just like to add that I think, if I'm remembering the proposal correctly, at the initial heat trigger, there are not mandatory break requirements, and so there also are not mandatory engineering controls. So we're not even requiring breaks in settings that we're not requiring engineering controls. So I think OSHA needs to tweak that and think through that a little bit more clearly, but we are happy to follow up in post-hearing.
In your written comments, you indicated that the heat standard should include additional procedures for extreme heat conditions. Can you provide now or in post-hearing comments any more specific recommendations on how or when control measures for extreme heat should be incorporated?
Sure, we'll be happy to follow up with those.
The next question is from Dr. Stephen Scher.
Hi, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm Stephen Shayer from OSHA Directorate of Standards and Guidance. So I have a question about performance-oriented standards. We've received many written comments that OSHA should adopt a performance-oriented standard rather than specifying when and how control measures must be implemented. So my question is, if OSHA were to adopt a performance-oriented standard that required employers to develop a heat injury and illness prevention plan that incorporated several elements, say like water, rest, shade, and training, would you envision a minimum specification for any of the elements for when and how they should be implemented?
We would be happy to also follow up in that post-hearing comments, but the programmatic standard approach that OSHA took in its proposal is actually what has been recommended for 50 years, and we believe is still quite relevant today. It's a comprehensive approach, and such a performance-oriented approach, it's unclear what metrics would be used to understand how those would be effective. We have proven control measures in this programmatic approach that I think lay out pretty clear where what employers need to do and how they can monitor and ensure that it's working. In the approach that you referenced, it's not clear to me that all of those provisions that work together would really be effective. We are happy to give that more thought, but we do think that these programmatic approach that OSHA proposed is the most effective, and it's also in line with recommendations now for so long as to how to effectively control the sources of heat exposure. Remember, we have to control, I know when OSHA sets a standard, they have to control the exposure to those sources of heat. And that's really what we need to be focused on here, and not just some items that might meet a checklist. We need to make sure that what we're doing is effective.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, and any information you could provide in your post-hearing comments on how OSHA could ensure that a performance-oriented standard is protective would be very helpful. I did have one second question, which is about record keeping. So in your testimony today, you recommended that OSHA require employers to maintain a written heat incident log to record all heat-related incidents that are identified by the employer or reported by a worker or the representative. Just to clarify, are you advocating this approach for all covered industries? And if so, do you have any information that you could share now or again in your post-hearing comments on the costs and economic feasibility of such a requirement?
We're happy to follow up on your specific questions. We do intend this to be across industries. Part of the reason for such an incident log is to identify the trends for early intervention and to track where this is happening. And so if industries are exempt from such a requirement, we would not be able to sufficiently track where such incidents are occurring. And the incident logs aren't meant to be punitive, but it is meant to be a tool that employers can use, that workers and their representatives can use to say specific shifts, specific occupations, specific tasks or time of day, we see an increase in these types of incidents. And so we know that that's an area that we need to be more specifically directing our interventions towards. We're happy to follow up a little bit more on that in the post-hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
The next question, Your Honor, come from Brenda Finter from OSHA.
Hi, this is Brenda Finter, and I am from the OSHA Directorate of Standards and Guidance. Good morning. My first question is about drinking water. Under what specific conditions, and if any, do you believe that electrolyte supplement should be required for employers to provide?
I think OSHA has provided a lot of guidance on this in many of its heat campaign materials, which are pretty good. We are happy to follow up on that in a little bit more a little bit more specificity. But we do need the focus needs to be maintained on hydration. And we know that that comes in different ways. But we're happy to follow up a little bit more on that.
Okay, thank you. Next question, have the members of your affiliated unions worked at employers who have tried cooling fans? And if so, what's their experience with fans? If not, are there any alternatives currently being used to keep employees cool?
We have several really great members who will be affiliates who will be speaking during the next 2.5 weeks. And so I would just encourage you to ask those of some of those more specific industries, because I think they're going to have some, specific examples for you.
Okay, and then one last question from me. In your written comment, you discuss prioritizing and investing in technologies that mitigate extreme heat. Are there any other advances you are aware of that are either currently available now or just on the horizon that might make cooling the work environment more technologically feasible?
There certainly are several organizations. I know ANSI has been working on a lot of information. NIOSH was working on a couple areas around this, but we would need to follow back with you on providing detail that probably isn't worth going into in great length here, but we'll mark it down and follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, the next questions from OSHA come from Dr. Gary Orr.
Thank you, Andy. This is Gary Orr, OSHA Director of Enforcement Programs. So a couple of questions, and you may have touched on these already, and if so, you can just say that, but I want to specifically talk a little bit more about cooling devices and cooling PPE. And if there's things that you've observed in the workplace, and also what are workers' experiences with cooling PPE?
Sure, I'm happy to provide an example actually on this. Well, several, but one comes to mind. A lot of workers do not. They have to walk beyond or travel beyond where they receive their cooling PPE to their work site, and cooling PPE doesn't always. I know there are different. There is some utility to it in certain cases, but there are situations we've had, for instance, where an employee works in a manufacturing plant, and it takes them 25 minutes to walk to the other area of their manufacturing plant and to go up several levels into a crane. And by the time they get up into their crane, the cooling PPE is essentially worn off. That's a firsthand experience of one of our members. We've seen this in other settings too, but I think I've actually talked to some about this, and their response is a little bit of a laugh, in the sense that, that would never be effective, because it wouldn't even really be effective for me on this particular job to last for the duration that I need it to. And we can provide other examples in the docket, but I think if you're using it as a supplement to other control measures in certain settings, it's certainly possible. We do want to make sure that the heat burden on the body due to PPE and cooling PPE when it wears off is not excessive and is not overburdening the body. And we noticed that in the OSHA's proposed rule, they do quite a good job of making sure that cooling PPE does not stay on workers longer than it can be effective.
Thank you. I've got a question on sort of a different area. I don't think you've touched on this. A recommendation to establish lone worker observation protocols. Could you tell me a little bit more about your thoughts on that?
Sure. We have a little bit more information we can follow up in the record. We have a lot of experience around lone workers in different industries, and these have to do around the structure of work, the technologies, the communication, We know that it's certainly an issue in heat where you don't have a buddy system or you don't have regular communication. And we know that workers are often found too late when there are cardiovascular events. So we're happy to provide a little bit more detail. I know we submitted some to the record previously, but we can certainly follow up.
And if you could just add in that, what kind of triggers you might have where these observations might start. You could add that, that'd be great.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have one final question that we wanted to just have read into the record. Zoe Petropoulos.
Hi, yes, this is Zoe Petropoulos with the Directorate of Standards and Guidance. So we just ask that you consider this as you prepare your post-hearing comments. We heard from many commenters that they opposed the exemption of indoor sedentary workers. If you are aware of any literature or data that demonstrate that these workers are at risk of heat-related injuries and illnesses, can you share those in your post-hearing comments?
Sure, happy to. Happy to put those in our post-hearing comments, but I do also want to flag here that we have these kinds of situations related to the previous example I mentioned where we know a lot of indoor settings, heat rises, right? Everybody knows that, I think, from their homes and offices and other settings. We have workers who work on many different levels of plants, and sometimes we have workers who work at desks who are on the shop floor working amongst hot machinery and hot settings. And so there's not having a temperature trigger for those types of indoor workers. We also have some, we have workers who, for instance, work in postal centers who were set up during COVID to mail test kits, but they were meant to be temporary facilities. They're still running. They have no air conditioning. They're working in very hot conditions, and they're considered indoor sedentary workers. So we certainly have a host of examples for you, and we will be happy to follow up in the post-hearing.
Thank you. Your Honor, that concludes the questions from the OSHA panel.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the Office of the Solicitor?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Linda Wiles from the Solicitor's Office. I did have one question. It's a request to clarify in your post-hearing comments. During Ms. Tresa's comments and testimony, she had mentioned record-keeping requirements and an anti-retaliation component to the rule that the AFL-CIO was proposing. And she also mentioned confidentiality. I wondered if you could clarify in your post-hearing comments how you envision that working in terms of keeping record or obtaining information from employees about their symptoms and potential HRIs that they're experiencing, but also maintaining confidentiality and protecting them from potential retaliation. I would love to hear some further comments or elaboration on your proposal around that.
Sure, we'll be happy to submit that.
That's all for me, Your Honor.
Thank you. Miriam, how many participants do we have who wish to ask questions?
We have 3 individuals. Oh, we actually have 4 individuals with raised hands right now, Judge.
Promote the first one, please.
Absolutely. The first individual is Scott Schneider. Please state your name for the affiliation before asking your question.
And my name is Scott Schneider, and I'm currently retired, so I'm not affiliated with any particular group. And I had a quick question for the panel, and that question is about the importance of employers assessing the effectiveness of engineering controls that are being used, and why engineering controls are more effective, are considered more effective than PPE or administrative controls.
Sure, this is Rebecca again. OSHA is tasked with the responsibility of reducing significant risk, and we know that this is most effective when we prevent exposure to the source of the hazard. And then, of course, walking through the hierarchy, I know we talked about this a little already with OSHA, but just to stress that it does, not exposing somebody to heat to begin with helps support and alleviate some of the cooling down measures that are needed. Both are necessary, but it does make cooling off more efficient. And we know that we have to address the hazard at the source. So if you're working next to a very hot machine that's with radiant heat that's just giving off heat, and you are then also trying to provide to make sure this person is cooled down at higher frequencies, because you could just also prevent the exposure by using barriers, using radiant heat blocks, and also providing breaks that allow this person to cool down. But it's not like the body can take on, that there is a maximum of heat that the body can take on. Also, this is what's recommended in the NIOSH criteria documents that we've mentioned, and the ANSI construction standard actually walks through the use and the utility of using engineering controls and then also other measures in tandem. So we do believe that all of the approaches are needed, need to both reduce the exposure and also provide efforts to ensure the body is cool and can stay cool throughout work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Miriam, can you promote questioner number 2, please?
Yes, the next person is Mark Friedman.
Friedman, if you could state your name and identify any association.
Yes, thank you, Judge. My name is Mark Friedman. I'm with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I had 2 questions. Let me just ask them together, and the folks from the AFL-CIO can decide how they want to respond. And they pick up on some thoughts expressed by the Solicitor's Office just a moment ago. At the end of the AFL-CIO statement, there was a comment made about employees needing confidentiality protections. And I was wondering how the AFL-CIO would reconcile that concept of employee confidentiality with their support for OSHA posting the record-keeping logs that are required to be submitted to the agency, the 300, 301s, and 300As, which contain extensive information about employees. And OSHA has supported, the AFL-CIO has supported OSHA putting that information on the internet. The second question relates to the mention that the heat incident logs should be used as a tool for employers. And I was wondering how the AFL-CIO would feel about putting those logs under privilege protection so that they would not be available to OSHA inspectors. That would enhance the idea that they could be used as a tool, as opposed to something that would be available to inspectors and then required to be submitted in the record keeping, in the records that are required to be submitted to OSHA, which are then posted on the internet. So I'm just trying to identify some tensions there that I thought might be in the remarks from the AFL-CIO. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you, Mark. This is Rebecca again. On your first question related to confidentiality, we're happy to follow up on both of your questions in the record. What I'll say is the logs and the reporting to OSHA only reports out summary information from many employers, and so we've always stressed that this information should be made public, and that comes out of the OSHA 300 logs, and that this information is necessary to identify trends about where severe injuries are occurring in industries, occupations, and tasks. We don't think that these 2 areas conflict with each other, and it's not confidential information that OSHA reports on its website. And so we do think that that's in alignment. On your second question, which I'm forgetting now.
It was about the idea of the incident logs and whether they should be protected under privilege so that they're not available to OSHA inspectors and also not required to be submitted with the record keeping logs.
So we do sorry, I was trying to look at my notes here. I think, we're talking about a couple different things. One is this heat incident log, and one is talking about the 300 logs. The 300 logs is what the inspectors will look at. And the heat incident log should also be made available to workers' representatives. So they aren't just for the employer, but they are for workers, and we know that our representatives also need access to that. But, we're happy to follow up with these. We don't believe anything that we said here today is in direct conflict with either of those answers, but we will follow up in more detail in the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Miriam, if you can promote questioner number 3, please.
Yes, the next questioner is Chris Kane.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
Ms. Keene or Mr. Keene.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Keene. If you can identify yourself and any association you're with.
Yes, I will. Chris Kane. I'm the Safety and Health Director for North America's Building Trades Unions. I'll call it NAB2 going forward. The questions I had were about worker retaliation, particularly against workers. But what are the questions are both about the types of things that workers have been retaliated about, if the panel can expand on that, and what types of retaliation have you seen against workers?
Sure. This is Rebecca again. So workers, even union members, have faced retaliation when they do a host of activities. One is when they're reporting unsafe working conditions. And all of these, I should say up front, I believe are relevant to heat. And also, so reporting unsafe working conditions, reporting their work-related injuries, when they have to refuse dangerous tasks, or trying to comply with the OSHA standards, when they're requesting safety information, or participating in OSHA inspections. These are common, but we know that they're all quite relevant to heat. There's also the results of this retaliation. I mean, retaliation can result in termination, demotion, suspension, deportation, blacklisting for future employment, being moved to a less desirable job or a more dangerous shift, having denial of benefits, and other actions. I hope I answered your question.
I think you did, but there's also fear of retaliation if workers seek medical care as it relates to an injury or an illness at work. Is there any way that OSHA can deal with fear of retaliation for, describing symptoms or seeking medical care in the heat standard, in the final rule?
Sure. So there's certainly great concern around that and around using medical information to retaliate against workers, as you mentioned. And usually this is an effort to reduce employer obligations under the standard, or workers' compensation or disability costs. For instance, in silica, where there were medical surveillance requirements, medical exams, there were measures to ensure the only written information the employer received from the medical professional was with the permission of the employee. And so if OSHA does require any kind of medical exams here, or when workers need medical care from heat exposure at work, the results of those exams should remain confidential, and only limited information transferred to the employer that is, relevant to their job. Thank you for the addition and the clarification.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Miriam, if you can promote questioner number 4, please.
Yes, and we actually have an update. This will be our final questioner. The final questioner is Ellie Barbara.
Hi, Ellie Barbarash. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. If you could, there you go. Ellie, if you could state your name again for the record and any association you belong to.
My name is Ellie Barbarash. I'm the Senior Health and Safety Advocate at the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, also called AFSCME. Thank you for your time and for your work in this, all of you. This is a question for the panel, and it's about assessment. We've mentioned, and you've mentioned, engineering controls, and there have been questions from OSHA about engineering controls applied outside and examples of them. Can you talk about the need for employer assessments for engineering controls? And is there anything else you could share now about forms of engineering controls for outside workers around issues of heat that kind of hinge upon the initial assessment of the hazard? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ellie. I think, I mentioned this during my testimony. This is Rebecca, that what OSHA is proposing to do here is require employers to do a risk assessment. And we do those all the time. Industrial hygienists, employers, and representatives do a risk assessment in the workplace to determine where the hazards are. If you are in an outdoor environment and you can and you identify that there are sources of exposure, we know that we're not being naive here. We know you cannot change the sun, excuse me, but you can change how it reflects off surfaces, barriers that are needed. And there are, different work sites that we're happy to provide in our follow-up in the post-hearing, but those that block the heat, that mitigate the heat exposure, that reflect the heat off of the surface. We've seen employers paint a surface a different color. We've seen employers put up barriers, and then beyond engineering controls, there are other administrative controls where we know that some workers or some work sites, they will work in the shade when the sun is at this part of the day. They'll work in the shade. They will switch and work in another part of the work site when it's a different part of the day. So again, it's about an assessment and walking through each step, identifying where workers are getting the greatest sources of heat exposure, and identifying control measures that fall along the hierarchy, including the engineering controls along the way. But we are happy to provide more specific examples in writing.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Judge Henley.
Thank you, Ms. Barbarash. If I understood, Miriam, that's it for the participants for this panel, correct?
That is correct, Judge.
Any follow-up questions from our OSHA representatives?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
From the solicitor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the AFL-CIO panel for their testimony this morning, and you are excused.
Judge, thank you very much for your patience with our technical difficulties.
You're welcome. Miriam, if you can promote our second panelist, please.
Yes, I can. The next speaker will be Mark Friedman. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Mr. Friedman, can you hear me? This is Judge Henley. I can see you. I can't hear you.
There we go. Okay, I was clicking all the buttons trying to get them to work. All right, thank you. Good morning, OSHA representatives and Judge Henley. I'm Mark Friedman, Vice President of Workplace Policy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I manage various subjects, including OSHA, and I oversaw the submission of our comments on the proposed standard for heat injury and illness prevention. My remarks will focus on the problems with the proposed standard, suggestions about a better approach, and how OSHA can assist employers in their efforts to protect employees from overexposure to heat. At the outset, I want to make clear that employers should protect employees from heat-related injuries and illnesses in both indoor and outdoor work environments where there is extreme heat or extended exposure to heat. But OSHA's steps to address the issue beyond their current guidance of rest, water, and shade must be both consistent with the agency's regulatory authority and feasible for the country's millions of employers in different climates. As I've been granted the first employer representative speaking slot, I want to be the first employer side to use a term you'll be hearing throughout these proceedings. OSHA's proposed standard is a one-size-fits-all approach. The proposed standard makes no allowances for differences in geography, workplaces, employee sensitivity to heat, nature of the job or task, or any of the other many variables associated with determining how to protect employees from overexposure to heat. To state the obvious, 90 degrees, the high heat threshold, has different impacts in different locations. 90 degrees in Phoenix is not the same as 90 degrees in New Orleans or Houston or Portland, Maine, or even here in DC. Even if the wet bulb globe method is used to consider humidity, whether an employee will be affected by extended exposure to such high heat is highly speculative. And 80 degrees, the initial heat threshold, is inconsequential in many parts of the country and is so easily met there is no concept of a trigger. In addition to not accommodating an array of variables, the proposal creates unworkable requirements for small employers and certain industries, while providing little evidence that these burdens will keep workers safer. To OSHA's credit, they convened a small business advocacy review panel to solicit input from small entities that would have to comply with the proposed standard. Unfortunately, OSHA then proceeded to dismiss the large majority of the recommendations and concerns from these small businesses, including those related to the proposal being an inflexible one-size-fits-all approach. I'm sure the SBA Office of Advocacy that follows me will discuss this in more detail. One of the most unworkable provisions is the mandatory 15-minute rest breaks every 2 hours if the high heat trigger is met, apparently for as little as 15 minutes in any 60-minute period. This means that every employee so exposed must be given a 15-minute break every 2 hours, regardless of whether they are suffering symptoms or even want such a break. Mandating this break would be highly disruptive to many workplaces such as construction, restaurants, and manufacturing. Or consider airline baggage handlers and the impact mandatory 15-minute breaks would have on moving passenger luggage into the terminals, or loading bags onto connecting flights, or loading cargo onto planes with tight schedules. Furthermore, employees who are not experiencing any symptoms may want to continue with their work to complete their tasks, rather than stopping for an arbitrarily required break. Finally, in some workplaces, such as working on telecommunications towers or tree work, interrupting work to take a break means having to descend and remove PPE, thereby creating more risks and making a 15-minute break longer than just 15 minutes. The cumulative effect of the many specifications, including the extensive record-keeping requirements, would be to increase administrative burdens such that employers and their supervisors have less time to focus on eliminating other hazards in the workplace. The proposed standard reads like a checklist for enforcement, with each requirement a potential citation. Among these are the specifics for exemptions, heat illness and injury prevention plan, hazard identification and monitoring, break areas, acclimatization, record keeping, and mandatory rest breaks when high heat trigger is reached. Further details on the specific requirements and how they create burdens without assuring protection is contained in the comments we submitted to the docket, which are appended to this statement. The reality is that regulating exposure to heat is a very challenging goal. Heat is a hazard that is not inherent to the workplace, in much the same way exposure to COVID-19 was not inherent to the workplace when OSHA issued its vaccine mandate regulation that was struck down by the Supreme Court. Furthermore, courts, quote, expect Congress to speak clearly when authorizing an agency to exercise powers of vast economic and political significance, end quote. This is exactly the kind of power that the Secretary claims here over a significant issue. The proposal would impose substantial compliance costs on virtually every business in America, even though the OSHA Act does not directly authorize a standard protecting against heat. The history of heat issues predates the OSHA Act, and Congress could have identified it as a specific hazard for OSHA to regulate, or Congress could have done so since the Act was passed. But this has not happened, despite there being a longstanding, quote, documentation of occupational heat-related illness beginning in ancient times and from the 18th century through the regulatory interests in the 20th century, end quote. And that's from OSHA's NPRM. So OSHA will be entering a legal minefield if it proceeds to issue a heat exposure standards. Contrary to OSHA's claim that the proposed standard is a performance standard, it contains the particularity of a specification standard. If this was actually a performance-oriented standard, employers would be held accountable for the end goal of protecting employees from overexposure to heat, rather than the myriad of specific requirements contained in the proposed standard. In fact, the OSHA Act favors performance standards. Quote, whenever practicable, the standard protecting against toxic materials or harmful physical agents shall be expressed in terms of objective criteria and the performance desired. The Chamber suggests that if OSHA decides to move forward with a standard, the agency develops a performance-oriented one that directs employers to develop a heat injury and illness prevention program that includes identified components, but acknowledges that what is reasonable and necessary to abate heat hazards and protect employees may vary across industries, employer size, and geography. This adaptability will ensure that any promulgated regulation is practical and achievable across the wide variety of American businesses. Key to developing a more flexible and adaptable standard is changing the heat threshold triggers. The proposal has an initial trigger, a heat index of 80 degrees Fahrenheit, or a wet bulb globe temperature equal to the NIOSH recommended action level, and the high heat trigger, a heat index of 90 degrees Fahrenheit, or a wet bulb globe temperature equal to the NIOSH recommended exposure limit, neither of which are adjusted for local conditions as reflected of the one-size-fits-all nature of the proposal. Alternatives already exist. For example, Nevada, clearly a hot weather state, has adopted a standard without a specific heat trigger. Under Nevada's standard, employers must, quote, prepare a one-time written job hazard analysis to assess working conditions that may cause occupational exposure to heat illness, end quote. Nevada's standard goes on to require the employer take various measures if a determination is made that a heat illness hazard exists. Among these are training, measures to mitigate the risk of heat illness, rest breaks when needed, provision of water, means for cooling, designating a person to handle emergency responses, and monitoring by the designated person, quote, to the extent practicable, end quote. Specifics on how these measures are to be implemented are left to the employer, consistent with a performance-oriented standard. If OSHA insists on requiring a specific heat trigger, there should be only one to simplify what employers must do. That threshold must be higher than a mere 80 degrees, which even when humidity is considered is not a threat. Weather data, including a, quote, feels like, unquote, number considering humidity, is widely available with high localization. Employers should be able to rely on this data instead of conducting their own measurements and monitoring. For indoor settings, which are likely more stable, the Nevada approach seems to make sense. The employer would have to do a one-time assessment as to whether a heat hazard exists. Constant monitoring of each work area, as required under the proposed standard, is excessive, as is the requirement to keep those temperature records for 6 months. One of the problems with the proposed standard's one-size-fits-all approach is that it treats employees as if they are fungible, one just like the other. But employees can differ greatly with respect to their susceptibility to heat, illness, and injury. Specific personal characteristics such as age, gender, physical fitness, mental health, lifestyle experience, preventive behaviors, and physical exertion play a fundamental role in heat tolerance. Individuals with chronic illnesses such as heart problems, high blood pressure, or who may take specific medications can be at increased risk of heat-related illness and injuries. Often these personal characteristics of workers are not evident to their employer. In fact, even well-meaning inquiries can place an employer at risk for violating other federal statutes, such as the ADA and the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. The Chamber noted this tension between employers benefiting from knowing employees' health issues and the privacy protections in the comments that we submitted to the ANPRM. We recommended that OSHA work with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to develop guidance allowing job-related health inquiries in our comments. Under the ADA, employers are allowed to include physical requirements as essential elements for job descriptions. Just as requiring the ability to list something, the same thing could be done for the exposure to heat. Let me conclude by saying OSHA should expect to have much confusion if they move forward, and they should look for ways to help employers comply, one of which would be reviewing compliance programs issued by associations that could be tailored to specific industries. The proposal is an unworkable one-size-fits-all approach, and if OSHA moves forward, it must do something that is performance oriented and flexible for the very many employers who will have to comply with it. Thank you very much, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Do we have questions from our OSHA representatives?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Friedman. And again, you can either answer now or in post-hearing comments, or both. In your comments, in your written comments, you described an alternative options for acclimatization. Can you elaborate more on the options that you've described and how you believe they are more flexible than what was outlined in the proposed standard?
With apologies for not having what we said in our comments directly in my head, I'm not going to give you the detailed answer at this point. I think our basic thrust was, as OSHA laid out the acclimatization process, it was fairly specific and restricted. It said you had to ramp up employees over a certain amount of time or treat them as if they've been exposed to the high heat trigger. And our feeling is that that's not necessarily what every employee is going to need, as I said, in various other contexts. And so the basic point is employers should be given more flexibility with how they acclimatize employees to the different levels of heat they'll experience.
Thank you. The proposed rule provides flexibility for maintaining temperature records in a written form or electronically. Many electronic monitoring devices are readily available on the market that are easy to use and have storage capacities to retain records for the proposed 6 months. Do you think that using electronic monitoring devices would make the proposed record-keeping requirements less burdensome?
I'm not sure that removes the burden to constantly create records. Whether you store them electronically or they're captured electronically, the requirements still exist under the OSHA proposal that you have to constantly be recording what the temperature exposures are. I think our feeling is that shouldn't have to be as frequent a record keeping requirement. As I suggested, under the Nevada standard, if you do a one-time assessment and you decide that there's a heat injury risk there, that's the requirement. You've figured out that you've got a risk. Why you have to keep updating that heat threshold, I think, is not just whether it's electronic or manual or however that is recorded. The requirement is still that the employers have to record that heat exposure on a very frequent basis.
Thank you. The next question comes from Dr. Stephen Scher.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Friedman, for your testimony today. Just wanted to follow up with you. So in your testimony, you recommended that OSHA should consider a more performance-oriented standard that directs employers to develop a heat injury.
Yes, OSHA decides to move forward. Let me just be clear. I mean,
Right.
I think there's still a question, and I'll count myself among those who are somewhat surprised to see this hearing kept on the schedule. So, OSHA has a decision about whether to move forward with the standard. If they do, then we would certainly recommend it be a performance-oriented standard. Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. So just as a follow-up to that, so in such a performance-oriented standard, would you envision there to be a minimum specification for any of the components, such as water, rest, shade, or training, for when and how they should be implemented?
I think our feeling is that there should be requirements for employers to perform those different components. How they do that should be left up to the employers, where I think it's going to vary depending upon location, industries, and specific workplaces. To finish off a thought I didn't get a chance to express very fully at the end, I think there's a great opportunity for OSHA to work with various industry groups to provide industry-specific guidance on how those types of employers would comply with a heat standard. So you could imagine some compliance program issued by an industry trade association that is tailored to those types of workplaces that says, if you do the components in this program as they have been laid out, you will be in compliance with the OSHA heat standard. And consequently, that would leverage OSHA's limited resources and get information into the employer domain that would be helpful to them to know how to comply with the standard and by extension, protecting their employees. I think there's, a lot of ways that you can develop information that helps the specific employers and their training requirements, which, is different than just OSHA saying, here's what you have to do in all the various ways.
Thank you. And I think you just answered my follow-up question too, which was what could employers use as a basis to ensure that the plan they come up with is protective? So appreciate that. But if you have any further comments on this that you could share in your post-hearing comments, we'd appreciate it.
Well, let me just go back to the basic concept of performance orientation standard. It is not that employers are being let off the hook. It is that employers are being held accountable for the ultimate goal of protecting their employees, as opposed to the way that the proposal reads, which is you've got to check off all these different requirements. That's, I think, where the value of a HEAT standard lies, making sure that employers are protecting their employees. And a performance-oriented standard puts the emphasis on that goal rather than the myriad of other goals that are contained in the proposal.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Your Honor, the next comments come from Dr. Tiffany Defoe, who's joining us online.
Hi, this is Tiffany. I am trying to get this is Tiffany Defoe with the Director of Standards and Guidance for OSHA. I'm trying to get my video on. Miriam, is this something you can help with? It doesn't seem to be starting on my end.
You should be able to just start video and from your computer.
Can you see me?
She's in the witness protection program. Yes.
We can see you, but there is a little bit of a shadow for the most part. But we can technically see you.
Okay, very good. That's perfect.
But just identify yourself for the record so we know who you are.
So this is Tiffany Defoe. I'm with the Directorate of Standards and Guidance with OSHA. Mr. Friedman, again, thank you for your testimony and for your comments. In your written comments, or in the Chamber's written comments, it stated that if OSHA moves forward with a rule that requires employees to be allowed and encouraged to take paid rest breaks as needed to prevent overheating, that could result in opportunities for misuse, and it could expose employers to claims of retaliation if they try to address misuse. I have a couple questions on this. One, is there information that you're aware of, such as instances of employers who offer at-will breaks to prevent overheating and have experienced misuse, or perhaps industry surveys or studies on this issue?
I don't have direct evidence on that point. Our point of including that in the comments was to identify a problem we thought that provision would create. And so, currently we don't have the requirement that employers must provide breaks. And so we don't have the setup that was envisioned in the proposal.
Thank you. And furthermore, in terms of approaches you would suggest to support employers in addressing situations that could come up where they believe employees' use of as-needed rest breaks exceeds what's really needed to prevent heat injury and illness, are there any specifics that either now or in your later submissions you could suggest if OSHA should move forward with a rule?
I'm trying to think through what you're looking for in that. I don't, again, we're not dealing with current conditions. I mean, we're talking about what would be required under the proposal. So I don't have examples other than our concerns that this is what it would create.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll refine a little bit by saying that one of the other commenters suggested that OSHA, that they raised a similar concern. This was the Employers Heat Illness Prevention Coalition. And they had a suggestion that OSHA should provide some guardrails in the form of non-mandatory guidance about what would be typically expected in terms of rest break use to prevent overheating. And again, it's totally fine to submit things later if you want to take some time to think about it, but we'd be interested in knowing if this is an approach the Chamber would agree with.
Well, I certainly believe that OSHA should prepare, if they issue a standard, they need to be prepared to issue extensive guidance. Just as a sort of obvious comment, all the commentary in the preamble falls away when this goes into the Code of Federal Regulations. That commentary, you would imagine, could be the basis for some specific guidance, FAQs or that type of style. So I would imagine, I would hope OSHA understands the need to provide, specific help understanding where the limits are with some of these provisions, if that's where they end up.
Thank you. And you also noted in both your written comments and your testimony that the proposed schedule for a 15-minute mandatory rest break every 2 hours when the temperature is at or above the high heat trigger wouldn't be feasible for all employers. Would you please further discuss how you suggest OSHA should modify the proposed rest break timing requirements to help provide more flexibility while still being protective?
Well, I think you're going to hear from a lot of different groups later on to these proceedings about the problems that mandatory 15-minute every 2-hour rest break is going to create. I tried to highlight a few industry scenarios, just touching on them, but I know a lot of other groups after me are going to go into that in more detail. Again, I think I would come back to how the Nevada standard talks about this. They say rest breaks as needed. I understand, and I think we support the idea that employees are going to need to take breaks, under certain circumstances. But an arbitrarily determined 15-minute every 2-hour schedule doesn't really speak to employees' needs. It creates an obligation. It's very disruptive, and it can be a real problem for various employers and workplaces to continue producing and performing as they need to. I mean, think of the obvious situations like restaurants and such, where you have to be producing meals on a very tight schedule. For an employee to have to take 15 minutes every 2 hours could really disrupt the way a restaurant operates. The examples abound. The point here is flexibility is the key. Keeping rest breaks to when they are needed is I think really where the focus should be.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman.
Your Honor, the next questions come from Brenda Finter.
Sorry about that. I thought I was next after next, if that makes sense. I'm Brenda Finter with OSHA, Directorate of Standards and Guidance. My first question is, in your written comments, you expressed concern with the requirement for pre-cooling vehicles used as brake areas. What requirements for using a vehicle as a cool-down area for a brake should be implemented or included?
Well, I think what we're looking at there is the same tension that we've identified throughout, which is whether OSHA should be telling employers exactly what they should be doing versus allowing employers to figure out what makes sense. And certainly going into an air-conditioned vehicle could be an option. And under the right circumstances, that may be the best option. But for OSHA to tell employers this is one of the things that they have to be providing, I don't think is really going to suit all the different workplaces.
Thank you. And then one more question. The submitted comment mentioned that there are some situations where required communication could introduce additional injury risks, such as tree trimming, working at heights, and driving. So 2 parts to this question. Is there an alternative means of communication that would protect workers? And how do they communicate to workers on the ground or supervisors during this period?
That may be a very challenging question. I think, again, I'm going to fall back on the idea of whether it's required, whether OSHA requires it in a specific schedule or allows employers to determine as needed. And maybe there's a way for an employer to tell an employee, I'm going to check in with you at a specific hour. Please be available. That's an option. That's one concept that could work, but that should be something that the employer develops consistent with their workplaces and how their employees are situated. I think the idea that OSHA is going to say you must have a specific way for reaching employees, again, gets into that specification question versus a performance orientation question.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. Friedman, I have one question, and then we'll have one more for the record. This is one you also may want to.
The other ones aren't for the record?
Yeah, sorry. To read into the record for later. They're all for the record. If OSHA went to a completely performance-oriented approach, how would an OSHA inspector know when an employer had done enough to adequately protect workers? I'm assuming that you don't think that the mere existence of a single incident would be enough to determine whether or not there had been a violation of a performance-oriented standard. And so how do we prevent arbitrary and capricious decisions by an OSHA inspector if there are no benchmarks other than a completely performance-oriented approach?
Well, I think if you go back to my statement and what we submitted in the record, we would expect that there would be some components that employers would have to produce. They would produce those consistent with their workplaces. So an OSHA inspector could look to see how an employer had addressed those requirements and determine whether they were done adequately consistent with the workplace. So that's one way that an inspector would be able to evaluate how an employer had met their performance orientation obligations. Then the second one, of course, and the inspectors are going to look at the records of injuries, and they're going to see whether there are injuries related to heat. And so that would be, another way to evaluate whether the employer had done the appropriate, had met the obligations under performance orientation. One other comment in this vein with respect to the training requirements, the proposed standard talks about annual updating of training and whenever there's an incident. I think the more important way to do that would be to focus any kind of refresher training on what was learned from an incident. Not just, you have to do refresher training, but let's focus on why there was an incident. And if there's a lesson to be learned from that can be applied to other workplaces, then it should be communicated to the other workplaces under that employer. As the standard reads, you have to conduct a refresher training throughout all the different workplaces, which really may not serve any specific interest. The question is identifying the reason why there was an incident and learning from that and using that as the basis for refreshing your training. So to answer your question, Andy, and to get back to the main theme here, performance orientation says employers are going to be held accountable for the ultimate goal of protecting their employees. An inspector could determine that through records and make sure that they have the appropriate provisions in their heat injury illness prevention plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Friedman. The next question, the final one, is to be read into the record by Zoe Petropoulos.
Yeah, we just ask that you consider this in your post-hearing comments. So in the Chamber's comment on the proposal, you wrote, quote, "The requirements regarding fans are complex and vague. Many employers will not be equipped to determine if fan use is harmful when ambient temperatures exceed 102 degrees Fahrenheit." End quote. Can you describe what a reasonable alternative approach to the one OSHA has proposed might look like, and a description of the evidence or data that would underpin that approach?
Well, as I remember our comments about fans, one of the things that we were reacting to was that the language didn't say what was harmful use of fans. And so at the very least, if OSHA thinks there's supposed to be, if OSHA wants to restrict employers' use of fans, they need to indicate when that would be harmful. It wasn't clear from the proposal, when it just said, don't use fans if they're harmful. Well, nobody said what harmful means. So that would be one question that OSHA needs to address. We can certainly elaborate on the questions of when fans would be helpful and you know, what we think about their overall use in some written responses. But I do remember that that was one of the questions we had based on the proposal.
Andy, is it okay if I follow up really quickly? We wrote in the summary of proposed requirements a section on kind of what we would envision employers to use. And so I can get the page number and follow up if that would be helpful for your comments on that specifically.
But again, let me come back to an earlier point. All that great commentary in the NPRM and in the preambles falls away when this goes into the Code of Federal Regulations. So if it doesn't say in the CFR what an employer is supposed to do, it's going to be very hard to expect them to understand what OSHA is talking about.
Thank you.
Unless it's left to a performance orientation.
Thank you, Your Honor. This concludes the questions from the OSHA panel.
Thank you. Questions from our solicitor representative?
Yes, Your Honor, just one follow-up question. Thank you, Mr. Freeman, for your testimony today. I heard you mention Nevada's new standard a couple of times in your testimony. And I have to admit, I'm not intimately familiar with their new rule, but there was one thing that you had mentioned about job hazard analysis, and their rule requires an initial job hazard analysis. And if I understood your comments correctly, you seem to suggest that there is not a requirement to continuously monitor once the job hazard analysis is conducted. And I wanted to just ask you if you would agree that an annual hazard analysis needs to be conducted, or perhaps a new analysis needs to be performed when there are changed circumstances in the work environment. I'm thinking, for instance, of employers that don't have fixed work locations, where there might be different work environments that they're exposed to, and how you would envision this requirement to apply for them.
Right, thank you. My sense is that there are going to be, the employer is going to have to update the analysis based on specific conditions changing. Right. I mean, if you've got, you know, different conditions in an outside workplace or even an indoor workplace, those could change too. Yeah, I would expect that you'd have to do a new assessment to determine what the risk is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam, how many participants do we have who wish to ask questions of this panelist?
We have one, Your Honor.
You could promote the individual, please.
All right, Mr. Schneider, please state your name for the record.
Mr. Schneider, can you hear me? This is Judge Henley.
I apologize. Yeah, Scott Schneider for the record. And I had
Scott.
Hi, Mark. I had a couple questions. You talked about doing a job hazard analysis, and what criteria should employers use to determine if a risk exists to do that job hazard analysis? What should they use? What do you recommend?
Well, again, we're going to say that employers are going to be able to identify heat hazards. They're going to be based on local conditions and the nature of the task at hand. Again, they will be held accountable for their identifying of the hazards and protecting their employees. This isn't giving employers a free pass. This is making sure that they identify the hazards and take appropriate measures.
So they could use whatever criteria they feel are appropriate. They don't have to. You wouldn't recommend that they follow the established criteria that are from NIOSH or from.
Those criteria are available for employers to reference. What I would want OSHA to steer away from is saying explicitly, under these conditions, under some specific set of conditions, this automatically determines that you have a hazard. That's what I don't think. I don't think that's an appropriate approach. I would leave it to the employers to determine what a hazard looks like in their workplaces. And they can certainly reference NIOSH materials or other sources of information that are available to them.
So you said that that they should be judged based on the outcome, but would you agree that OSHA standards are meant to be preventative?
I agree they should be preventative, and I think under this structure, as under a performance orientation, this would be a preventative standard.
So, but they wouldn't be cited unless there was a heat incident, perhaps, unless they could show that somebody got sick or ill as a result. So how is that? Isn't that reactive as opposed to preventive?
Well, if an OSHA inspector comes in and sees that the employer has not put in place an appropriate plan for their workplace, they could be cited under that concept as well. And certainly they could be cited under any kind of heat incident, which could also happen under a specification standard.
And how would an inspector determine what's appropriate?
Are we through with your few questions yet, or how are we going here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you want to follow up on that last question, that'll be it, Mr. Freed.
Scott, can you repeat that question?
Well, I'd rather just focus on one other question that I have. You said that you thought that 80 degrees was not a threat, and I'm wondering what the basis of that comment was. How did you determine that you felt that 80 degrees was not a threat?
I think if you talk to employers and you ask them what happens at 80 degrees, they're going to tell you employees are not exposed to any kind of an injury and illness threat at 80 degrees.
So that's not based on any scientific literature that you've read?
It's based on what I hear from my employers, from my members, about where temperatures matter.
Okay, thanks very much.
That was it, Miriam. Any additional participants?
We actually do have one more.
All right, can you promote them, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Barbarash, please state your name for the record.
Hello, this is Ellie Barbarash from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Sir, I just have one question, and that is, you mentioned that you felt employers should provide rest breaks as appropriate and that it would be flexible. And I'm just wondering if you could describe the parameters of what appropriate mean, would be the triggers that you feel would be valid for employers to deem that workers take a break in different situations. Thank you very much.
This is a question where I'm going to say that employers are going to need to understand their workplaces and their employees. And training plays a big part in this to make sure that employees understand what the symptoms are and what the risks are. And that there should be flexibility about when breaks are taken. I'm not opposed to breaks being taken. I'm not opposed to an employer, even if they want to, having a regular scheduled break. That's up to them. What I am opposed to is OSHA arbitrarily coming in and saying, thou shalt take a break on this schedule, where it's not at all flexible or, reflects the specific conditions of the workplace.
But Mr. Friedman, do you have anything with the knowledge that exists of heat exposure and worker signs and symptoms? I just wonder, do you have anything specific to say that what would trigger workers having the right to take that break?
This would be something that have to be developed through the performance orientated standard and for employers to understand their workplaces. You're asking me to put out a specific schedule that OSHA could then impose on employers. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to say that breaks should be taken as needed. Nevada seems to agree with that idea, and that there are ways for employers to understand when employees should be able to take a break.
I don't think my question's been answered, but I don't think you're going to answer it. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to give you the answer you want, but I thought I responded to your question.
Mr. Friedman and Ms. Barbarash, I think that's enough. Thank you. Any additional participants, Marion?
No, Your Honor, that was the last one.
Any follow-up from OSHA or the solicitor?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Friedman, I'd like to thank you for your testimony this morning, and you are excused.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and representatives of OSHA.
Do we have our next panel available? Please promote.
Yes, the next speaker group will be the U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Advocacy. This group consists of Bruce E. Lundegren and Chip W. Bishop III. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, and please continue to repeat your name and affiliation for the record as you move between each other. Thank you.
Mr. Lundegren or Mr. Bishop, are you going to take the lead? If so, I can't hear you. You appear to be muted. Still having some difficulties, sir. Can't hear you.
Mr. Bishop, if you can hear us, it looks like I would just double check that WebEx is using the right microphone for you. You can click on the drop down arrow by your mute button and just double check that your microphone is selected and matches.
Try the mute button on the bottom left. It says.
There it is. We got you, Mr.
Can you hear me?
Whatever you clicked worked.
Yep,
So
there you go.
Don't touch anything else. So if you could introduce yourself, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? This is Judge Henley. Can you hear me? That's probably a better question.
We can hear you.
All right, we can hear you now, Mr. Lundegren. If you could proceed with your remarks. Or you're going somewhere else.
Just passing it over to me. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry about that. At least we had some kind of contingency here where Bruce and I double team. So thank you, Your Honor, and members of the panel for your time and your extra patience as we got the audio working. My name is Chip Bishop, and I serve as the Deputy Chief Counsel for the Office of Advocacy of the Small Business Administration. And joining me today is Assistant Chief Counsel Bruce Lundegren. Advocacy is a federal office that oversees compliance with the Regulatory Flexibility Act, a law that requires federal agencies to assess the impact of their regulations on small entities and consider less burdensome alternatives. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss OSHA's proposed heat injury and illness prevention rule and its potential impact on small entities. This rule would affect small entities in construction, agriculture, maritime, and general industry, as well as small governmental jurisdictions in state-planned states. Advocacy was a member of the Small Business Advocacy Review Panel for this rule in 2023 and has discussed the rule in multiple small business roundtables that we've hosted. While small entities emphasize that health and safety are their paramount concerns, most object to the one-size-fits-all approach that OSHA has taken and want a more flexible and less prescriptive rule. OSHA estimated that small entities would incur aggregated annualized costs of approximately $8.2 billion. OSHA has understated the costs, including in rule familiarization and program development. These costs would put small entities at a competitive disadvantage. Advocacy appreciates the opportunity to reiterate 6 issues that small entities raised during the SBREFA panel that OSHA failed to incorporate. Advocacy urges OSHA to take these issues into account to reform the rule. First, OSHA has proposed a one-size-fits-all approach. As others have commented on this call, despite OSHA's assertion that the proposed rule is a programmatic standard intended to be flexible, it largely requires every employer to adopt the same plan with the same provisions, triggers, and protocols. Workplaces and employees vary widely. OSHA should incorporate industry, sector, geographic, operational, and employee flexibilities into any rule. Second, the proposed heat triggers are too low. Some businesses operate in climates that do not drop below 80 degrees for weeks at a time. Any rule should incorporate geographic and workplace flexibility. One stakeholder also stated that OSHA should look at metabolic body heat rather than environmental temperature. OSHA should consider a performance-based standard that is based on employee health and safety outcomes, not ease of OSHA enforcement. Third, the proposed rule includes ambiguous terms and arbitrary provisions that make compliance difficult and onerous. Inflexible rest breaks are impractical or infeasible for time-sensitive products or materials like asphalt, concrete, or agricultural products. Inflexible rest breaks can also create a greater hazard in industries, as has been mentioned before, like tree care and tower services, where climbing from heights is a significant safety concern. Requiring artificial shade and temporary structures in operations like road construction can introduce greater hazards, such as site obstructions. OSHA should recognize and provide variances for these situations and sincerely aim to avoid creating new risks. The acclimatization requirements are too rigid and should be based on regional variations, employee susceptibility, confounding factors, and employer observation. Small businesses have questioned the need for annual program reevaluations if workplace conditions have not changed. They question seemingly arbitrarily setting the written program exemption at 10 or fewer employees when verbal safety briefings have been trusted for larger groups in multiple industries for decades. Others raise concerns about involving outside third parties in program development and reevaluation, referencing concerns with OSHA's worker walkaround rule. Fourth, OSHA should clarify standards for hybrid work environments. OSHA should consider its separate standards for outdoor, indoor, and hybrid work, among other considerations. Fifth, OSHA should simplify training requirements. Small businesses are concerned about the complex training provisions, which appear to require employers to conduct training on complex medical concepts. A stakeholder noted that the training requirements are too technical and should be simplified for typical small business employers and employees to understand. Sixth, OSHA should consider regulatory alternatives that achieve the agency's objectives and minimize the impact on small entities. Two potential alternatives would be to limit any rule to workplaces with heat injury and illness rates above a certain threshold, similar to a national emphasis program. Another alternative would be a training-only rule based on industry standards or OSHA guidelines, or one that provides employers with a menu of acceptable controls. Advocacy is concerned that the proposed rule is inflexible, overly prescriptive, and fails to account for sector-specific and regional differences. Advocacy recommends that OSHA withdraw the proposed rule, and if OSHA decides to propose a new heat rule, it should re-engage with small entities and develop a proposal that is performance-based, targeted at positive health and safety outcomes, and incorporates the previously stated yet ignored issues in this testimony. Advocacy would welcome the opportunity to participate in any such efforts, and thank you for your consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Do our OSHA representatives have questions for this panel?
Yes, Your Honor. SBA recommended that, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. All right. Okay. SBA recommended that OSHA address the needs for small businesses by adding a scope exclusion for employers that employ fewer than 20 employees. We're requesting additional information on the basis for this exclusion, and can you provide us with any evidence that OSHA could use to support such an inclusion? For example, evidence of a lower risk of heat-related injury and illness in small businesses with fewer than 20 employees, or significantly increased burden for protecting those workers?
Yeah, thank you. I think the comments were focused specifically on the written program, but I think in terms of the onerousness of the requirement, when we're working with smaller firms and they have to comply with all of these obligations, they're already stretched thin as it is. And if we're actually looking at the economic side of the impact, their time is valued much more highly in a small operation where employees hold more responsibilities. And if they're tied up doing extra tasks that are imposed by OSHA, they should be valued at a much higher rate.
Thank you. And just to clarify, you were saying in your comments, when you were saying bump the exclusion up to 20, it was really for the written program component. That was your main concern?
Yeah, that was one of them.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Bishop. I just had a question, a follow-up question on one of the alternatives you mentioned, which was that OSHA adopted training only standard. So would you envision that there'd be only training requirements on elements like water arrest and shade, but not any requirements for employers to actually develop and implement a heat injury and illness prevention plan that includes water arrest and shade?
Yeah, I think we generally support that.
Okay, and just as a follow-up, do you think that an alternative like this that would be training only would be sufficiently protective? And if so, if you have any evidence in your post-hearing comments you could point to on the effectiveness of a training only standard in reducing the risk of HRIs, heat-related injuries and illnesses, that would be really helpful for us.
Yeah, I think this was raised in this ABREFA panel, but I also know that that verbal trainings have been used across multiple industries for decades and have had good results at outcomes without having the onerous burden applied to every organization that would operate in this kind of heat environment.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, any evidence you could provide on the effectiveness would be helpful. One other quick clarifying question. You mentioned that you had heard feedback that some of the terms in the proposal are vague or confusing. So if you could provide, more information about that in your post-hearing comments on which terms, that would be very helpful for us as well.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. And I'll just flag one now. We just met with some farmers last week who they operate in Arizona, and they have heats that are above 80 degrees all night long. And if they have to comply with the shelter standards of the rule, they're being required to put up a shelter standard when the sun is literally not out. So there's concerns with that in other areas where the standard is requiring them to do things that don't make practical sense. But if it's in a standard that's published in a rule, they have to follow it. And we have a lot of confusion in addition to wasted resources.
Okay, thank you very much. Your Honor, the next question comes from Dr. Zoe Petropoulos.
I believe my question was answered during the testimony, so we can go to the next person.
Thank you. The next questions come from Brenda Finter.
Good morning, Brenda Finter, OSHA, Director of Standards and Guidance. I have two questions. One is in your written comments regarding road construction. You mentioned that requiring artificial shade and temporary structures may be and can introduce greater hazards due to vehicular traffic and the work environment. Can you please elaborate on the hazards that this introduces?
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to dig a little deeper into that. If there's a shelter that is put up, there is a likelihood that it can block views, and you already have equipment, you have blind corners already, and if you have additional places of blind spots where you can't see around traffic or you can't see around workers, you could be putting roadway workers, pedestrians, and other cars at risk.
Can a portable structure be placed off the road or on the shoulder or another staging area?
That may or may not be space, but it's exceptionally dependent. I have in mind works on mountain roads or next to ditches or next to waterways, and all of those, or next to big easements with large walls that just prohibit that kind of structure. But that just, I don't believe that it was even addressed in the rule that there would be flexibility.
Okay. Are there any other types of structures that OSHA should consider for use as shade?
Yeah, there could be, there could be equipment, there could be vehicles, there could be on the shady side of a tree or of a mountain or of any other kind of equipment. One of the things that we heard from some construction workers was when they're building a house, it can be 90 degrees outside, but if you're in the shade side, it's in the 70s. But if you're on the roof, it's in the hundreds. So just exposure to the sun directly or not has a big impact, and it's not just the ambient temperature in the air. And I think that would go towards shade structures and construction environments also. If there's an area that is around a contour of the road or in the shade of machinery that already exists. I've worked outside a lot, and I know that leaning behind a tree can often give me significant heat relief.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next questions come from Dr. Tiffany Defoe.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lundgren, in terms of the flexibility that we've been requested in the matter of scheduled mandatory rest breaks, you suggested that be one of the aspects of a potential standard that OSHA could offer variances on for situations where they may not be feasible or safe. Another, or perhaps a related possibility, we noticed that in Oregon's rule for outdoor work, there's a provision that allows for the use of technology such as cooling vests, water dampened clothing, or what it terms similar effective measures in cases where the employer can demonstrate that providing access to rest in shade is not safe, not possible, or interferes with the ability of employers and employees to complete the necessary work in a particular situation. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on whether this flexibility is something that could be beneficial to employers should OSHA move forward with a final standard, or if you're aware of any employers using these cooling measures and how effective they are.
We did have some discussion of the cooling equipment during the Sabrifa panel, and I think we certainly wouldn't object to any inclusion of these as part of a workplace safety and health program. And generally, we support a performance-based standard where employers would evaluate equipment such as this and make determinations about whether they're suitable for their particular workplace.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
And then, Your Honor, we had two final questions to be read into the record by Dr. Zoe Petropoulos.
Yeah, so we just ask that you consider these in your post-hearing comments. What would be an appropriate schedule or trigger for employers to review their heat injury or illness prevention plan, or HIP? And can you provide in your comments any additional flexibilities that you recommend OSHA consider for the HIP requirement, which could support compliance for small businesses? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. Any questions from our solicitor representative?
No, Linda Wiles from the Solicitor's Office. Thank you, Your Honor. No questions for me. And thank you, Bruce and Chip, for your testimony today.
Miriam, how many participants do we have who wish to ask questions of this panel?
Just one, Your Honor.
Can you promote them, please?
Yes, Mr. Schneider, please state your name for the record.
Scott Schneider. My question, I have two questions. One of them is, my experience has been that small employers like to know exactly what they have to do to comply with a rule to prevent them from getting a citation. So how does that compare? How does that balanced by the need for flexibility? If OSHA tells them you have to do something at 80 degrees, it's very clear that whether or not they have to do it. But if there's no trigger, then how do they know when to actually implement these kind of controls? I can't hear anything.
Mr. Bishop, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
You're on mute, Mr. Bishop.
Still on mute. If you go down to the mute at the bottom and check your audio controls. Unless Mr. Lundgren, can you try?
You hear anything?
Yeah, there you go. We got you now.
All right. So no, I appreciate that question. I think you put your finger right on a key point. We hear from small businesses all the time that they want some kind of standard to comply with, and something is better than ambiguity. And then we hear from others that the standard that exists is exceptionally onerous, and they just can't comply with it. So I think that building flexibility in any kind of standard is going to be important where there's parameters and there's performance objectives that each business, given their circumstance, can target. I don't think you're ever going to have, 100% of the regulated community be on board with any approach. But I think by building in performance-based standards, which is part of the rulemaking process, part of the OSHA Act also, will go a long way to mediating that conflict that you identified, Mr. Schneider.
Okay, the other question I had is you mentioned, Mr. Bishop, that working out in direct sunlight causes significant increase in the risk of heat stress. So how should OSHA regulate or reduce the risk of working in direct sunlight, the risks from exposure to radiant heat? Again, we can't hear you.
So, yeah, Mr. Schneider, thank you for helping me.
Okay, sorry.
I appreciate it. I know you
Microphone
want
is
to do
exceptionally directional. So
everything.
I think that that's a good point. I think that there's a lot of science in this area that could be considered. But again, I think that that's where performance standard, because we had several small businesses come to us and say, we're walking in between the shop floor and the field every day. We're walking from the field to, again, the construction example. We're on the shady side of the build, and now we're in the sunny side of the build. Sun exposure is something that would be considered by businesses and by employees when they are on the job. I don't know if there's a specific standard that could be universally applied. And I think that that's a big part of the issue. The acclimatization element is also key. We had a group in here from Arizona last week, and it was 85, 90 degrees out here in DC, and they said that this was relief. And then we had people down from the Northeast, and they were needing to run and find shade and water everywhere they went. And that was just emblematic of this whole issue. That if we're setting a standard, there is science to be consulted, but also the regional specific impacts can't be understated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Did we have any other participants, Miriam?
No, that was it, Your Honor.
Any follow-up from OSHA or our solicitor's office?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I'd like to thank our two representatives from the Office of Advocacy, U.S. Small Business Administration, for your testimony this morning. You are excused. So we are finished with this morning's testimony. We are off the record and on break, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 1 p.m. everybody. Thank you.
This is Miriam Curlo from Apt Global, OSHA's contractor. It is 1:00 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are now rejoining OSHA's informal rulemaking hearing for heat injury and illness prevention in outdoor and indoor work settings. Before we begin, we'd like to go over some logistics for today's public hearing. As a reminder, all attendees are muted automatically. All WebEx attendees can access closed captioning and translated captioning by clicking on the CC icon in the lower left-hand corner of the application. You can individually select your caption language if translation is required. I will now share this same slide in Spanish. Public hearing. As a reminder, all attendees are muted automatically. All WebEx attendees delivering testimony will have access to a countdown timer to ensure allotted time is adhered to. We will launch the timer for you, and it should be seen on the right-hand side of your screen. If you do not see this app launched in your WebEx window, please follow the instructions on the screen to manually launch this app. If you are speaking today, you will receive a notification on your screen that you are being promoted to the panelist group a few minutes before it's your time to provide testimony. Once promoted to the panelist role, you will be able to unmute and turn on your camera. We ask that you do not unmute or turn on your camera until your name has been called and you have been asked to start your testimony. Speakers connected by telephone should unmute their phones when called to testify. Depending on timing, there may be opportunity to ask questions of other speakers giving testimony. You may press the raise hand button at the bottom of the WebEx application to indicate that you have a question. If there is time, you will be called on by name and promoted to the panelist group to unmute and ask your question. If you are having any technical difficulties, please send an email with your name and phone number to public_hearing@asssoc.com. Now we will continue our public testimony. The expected speaking order is currently displayed on the screen. I will be introducing each speaker in turn. Please speak slowly and clearly so our court reporter can record these proceedings accurately. The first speaker will be Elizabeth Melito. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Elizabeth Melito. I am with the National Federation of Independent Business. Thank you.
You may proceed, Ms. Melito. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, other participants and staff from OSHA. On behalf of the nearly 300,000 small businesses that NFIB represents nationwide, I speak today in opposition to OSHA's proposed standard on heat injury and illness prevention. NFIB's members include businesses in every state and in nearly every industry, many of whom would be subject to OSHA's proposed standard regulating heat exposure. For NFIB members, the prevention of employee illness through exposure to heat has always been and continues to be a critical part of maintaining an effective workplace safety program. However, we have heard from members in California in particular that it is extraordinarily difficult for them to comply with a one-size-fits-all heat standard, given its sheer impracticality, vagueness, and costs that do not fit the needs of all businesses. Today, I want to highlight two of NFIB's concerns with the standard. First, NFIB does not believe that federal law authorizes OSHA to regulate heat exposure. Therefore, OSHA lacks authority to do so. The OSHA proposed heat rule, by the agency's own admission, reaches 150 million employees, which is substantially more than the 84 million that OSHA's COVID-19 vaccination mandate reached, a number the U.S. Supreme Court cited in calling the vaccine mandate no everyday exercise of federal power. The proposed heat standard encroaches on the lives of those 150 million employees and on their employers, specifying what they must do and when and if the temperature rises too much. The proposed heat standard constitutes a broad public health measure and not merely a workplace safety standard. Heat exposure is a ubiquitous, broad hazard, not characterized properly as an occupational hazard. Under the principles set forth by the Supreme Court, before OSHA can adopt such a standard, they must receive authorization from Congress to regulate heat exposure, which has not been done to date. Second, NFIB is very concerned about OSHA's unwillingness to take into consideration the information it collected from the agency's Small Business Advocacy Review Panel process. The Regulatory Flexibility Act requires the agency to consider less burdensome alternatives, and the SABAR process was replete with those, many of which were outlined in the Office of Advocacy's comment letter. For instance, small entities in the panel recommended that the standard be flexible with an approach that allows employers to tailor their program to their workplaces, including offering employers flexibility in the frequency of rest breaks and to consider alternative arrangements for businesses with solo and mobile workers. Instead, the heat standard, as proposed, has a one-size-fits-all approach that would impose an onerous new mandate on small businesses, leading to additional litigation and enforcement risks. NFIB also has serious concerns about the work stoppage that would occur under the standard. The proposed rule would force employers to stop work during periods of excessive heat, and OSHA has not provided exceptions to the mandatory high heat trigger rest break provisions, i.e. 15 minutes every 2 hours, where materials like asphalt and concrete are time sensitive and must be applied immediately. As Mr. Friedman and Mr. Bishop mentioned in their testimony earlier today, requiring inflexible break schedules can create a hazard in industries, particularly those with tree care and where climbing up and down is involved. We have heard about that from members, small business members too at NFIB. While excessive heat presents a hazard that must be addressed, employers have proven that they can provide safe workplaces for employees during these times. Some of the steps that employers are taking are recommended by OSHA, including increased access to shade, water, rest, misting fans, moisture-wicking clothing, and cooling vests. OSHA's existing water, rest, and shade resources offer excellent guidance to employers and allow businesses to effectively tailor heat illness prevention programs to unique work environments, employees' needs, and tolerances. If contrary to NFIB's request that OSHA withdraw the proposed rule, OSHA ultimately decides to issue a programmatic standard, OSHA should allow specifically for adjustments based on geography, the nature of particular jobs, and the health status of individual employees. Such flexibility would provide better protection for employees than a more rigid and one-size-fits-all standard. Thank you for your time here today.
Thank you, Ms. Melito. Does OSHA have questions for this panelist?
Yes, Your Honor. Andrew Levinson for OSHA. Ms. Melito, in your written comments, you recommended that OSHA address the needs of small businesses by adding a scope exemption for employers with 50 or fewer full-time employees. Can you provide us with the basis for this exclusion and any evidence that you might have to support such an exclusion, such as lower heat-related injury risk or increased cost or feasibility concerns?
Yes, thank you for that question. I will share that regulatory compliance, as you probably know, is much more difficult for small entities, in large part because small businesses, typically most NFIB members, and I do have data to share to support this, do not have a dedicated human resource professional. We have found that in most instances, it's the 40, 50, 60 employee threshold, at which point businesses typically employ a full-time professional HR representative. And very rarely do NFIB members have a compliance officer. So the 50 employee threshold, again, similar to the same threshold that is in the Family Medical Leave Act, is in part because of the compliance difficulties related to record keeping, training. There's lots of that in the proposed standard there too. With regards to data on injuries and illness and whether it's, threshold of employees too, I'm happy to provide more in post-hearing comments there too, but I know this was a issue raised in the Sabar panel. Thank you.
The next question comes from Stephen Scher.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Molino, for your testimony. A question on performance-oriented standards. So in your testimony and also your written comments, you recommended that if OSHA proceeds with the rule, it should issue a more performance-oriented standard that allows employers to make adjustments to their heat injury and illness prevention plan, as long as they achieve the objectives that OSHA proposes to set. So just wondering if you could provide any more information on how you would suggest OSHA structure such a performance-oriented standard, and if you'd envision any minimum specifications for any of the elements in the standard, such as water or rest or shade or training.
I'll say at the outset too that, again, reiterate NFIB's request that the proposal, the standard be withdrawn there. I would point to Office of Advocacy's comment letter, which offered two, I think, alternatives and gave good reasoning for those alternatives. One would be looking at, high risk sectors. So certainly sort of more along the lines of a national emphasis program. So that would be one way to tailor or narrow the scope of a rule too, and also focusing more on the training aspects too, and starting there with training for employers.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the next question comes from Gary Orr.
Thank you, Andy. Ms. Melito, thank you for your the information in your comments. I want to focus specifically on the idea of employee tolerance. And so my question is this. You talked about providing flexibility to adjust the safety measures, recognizing there's differences in various employees and their personal health conditions. So more resources could be added to protect workers who face a higher risk. And so what I'm interested in is if you're aware of your members having some way of identifying those employees who might be at higher risk.
I think the answer is yes, particularly in a small business there where I think this is where the flexibility for an employer who knows their employees, who has good communication, open lines of communication with their employees in a smaller workplace there, and is aware of potential, any ongoing or past, health issues with a particular employee. So I would say as a general matter, I think many small businesses, because it's a smaller workplace, would in fact be, would have more of that information available there. So I think there is, smaller employers could address it in that way. And again, the flexibility is just so important for small businesses. I can't emphasize that enough.
Absolutely. And just kind of one short follow-up here. So, an employee who may not have exhibited any lack of tolerance, how would an employer get that information, given that would be personal information the employee would have to share? Just any thoughts on how that might work in that situation?
Well, this is where I do think some, training of managers, and I think I already mentioned too, the education, expanding that would be helpful for small employers. So training managers on sort of, what are the signs of potential, heat stress when that comes on. I think that would be very helpful if you have managers and business owners too, who are sometimes the ones who are on site, to identify that and sort of be able to foresee that. And then of course, also making employees aware too of sort of the symptoms of heat stress would also be very important.
Thank you very much.
All right, Your Honor, the next questions come from Zoe Petropoulos.
Hello. In your written comments, you indicated that having 2 heat triggers is complex and recommended that OSHA tie triggers to the National Weather Service heat advisories. So I have a few following questions about that. Can you clarify now or in post-hearing comments how you envision OSHA would use these advisories and what provisions you think should be required once these advisories have been issued?
Yes, I'm happy to do so in my post-hearing comments, absolutely. And that was a recommendation that came actually from one of our members too. So I would be happy to expand on that further. Thank you.
Thank you. Under the scenario too, would you envision the trigger to be the same for indoor workplaces as well, or something else? If you want to comment on that now or in your post-hearing comments.
I will comment on that in my post-hearing comments. Thank you.
Okay. And then finally, to help us support the use of a heat advisory as an appropriate trigger and to ensure that it is sufficiently protective, can you provide evidence now or in your post-hearing comments to support that the incidence of heat-related injuries and illnesses occur when a heat advisory is issued?
And you have read that question into the record, is that correct?
This is for now or
Okay.
in your post-hearing comments.
I mean, I would be
I have a
happy to
follow-up
address that in
question.
my post-hearing comments. Thank you.
Okay. And then I'll move on to another topic. So in your written comments, you recommended that employers be allowed in their heat injury and illness prevention plan to account for geographical factors. Can you point to any evidence that employers could use to justify having trigger levels based on geography? For instance, evidence indicating a lower incidence of heat-related injuries and illnesses when temperatures are above the proposed triggers in certain geographical regions.
I will address this in my post-hearing comments too, but I would also point to what I believe was good information that the small entity representatives presented in the SABAR panel process there that talked, and there were several representatives, I believe, that discussed the differences in geography too. So say, you know, a landscaping firm that is in Arizona where the employees are more acclimated to the heat there versus a landscaping firm that operates in Massachusetts.
Thank you. And this is my last question for you, which we ask that you consider in your post-hearing comments. You mentioned in your written comment that you welcome the exemption of the written HIP for employers with less than 10 employees, but also mentioned that having a verbal HIP only could create a burden, as they would be required to provide proof of the verbal HIP. And we just ask that you provide any suggestions to OSHA on this concern.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that is definitely a concern, as we had a member, you know, say this could be a real gotcha situation where how am I going to sort of prove a negative, if you will? So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Your Honor, OSHA is done with its questions, and I note that we have a different solicitor. Linda Wiles is no longer with us in the room, and we have Dan is our solicitor for this afternoon.
Yes, Dan Machula for the Solicitor's Office. One quick question. In your testimony, Mrs. Melito, you mentioned that portions of the proposed standard are vague. Either now or in your post-hearing comments, could you provide further detail on portions of the proposed standard which could be further clarified for the regulated community?
Yes, I'd be happy to do so in my post-hearing comments. Thank you.
And that's it from the solicitor, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Miriam. How many participants do we have who wish to ask questions of this panelist?
We have one from Mr. Schneider. Oh, actually, we have 2.
Okay, promote Mr. Schneider.
Thank you. My name's Scott Schneider, for the record. Ms. Melito, I had a question about, you mentioned in your testimony that many or most of these small businesses don't have on-staff health and safety expertise. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is what I stated. Yep.
Okay. So given that, how are these small businesses supposed to make a determination whether a heat stress risk exists in their workplace if they don't have the expertise? Are you expecting them to hire consultants to do that?
No, I am not. That is where it goes back to OSHA providing some educational information that is written in plain English, in which small business owners and their managers and employees can be educated my members time and time again are asking for information on federal regulatory mandates in plain English, simplified as possible, so that it is digestible for the average, employer, manager, and employee too. So I think it can be done, Mr. Schneider, and I thank you for your question.
So are you familiar with the materials that already exist from OSHA on heat stress, the guidance documents, and are they sufficient?
Yes, and I said that in my testimony too. And in fact, many, many, many NFIB members look to that information and do find it helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Please promote the next question. Questioner.
Jordan, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, hi, this is Jordan Barab. And my question is, you in response to Mr. Schneider's question, you acknowledged that OSHA has good guidance materials that are written in plain English. And I think you're aware that OSHA has had those materials on its website for at least 15 years. NIOSH and other organizations, of course, been issuing such guidance, since the early 1970s. So the guidance is there. It's understandable. It's usable. And I think as you say, a lot of employers are using it and they're doing the right things. Are you saying that all employers, large and small, are actually following this guidance right now?
No, I just mentioned that the guidance is available and it is used by many employers, large and small.
Mm-hmm. And so what happens, so given that this guidance has been around for 50 years or so in one form or another, and there are still, as you indicate, lots of employers out there who are not following this guidance, how is it going to help the situation for OSHA or other organizations just to provide more guidance when again, everybody is not already following this guidance?
I will just say that there's a lot of federal rules and regulations that are unfortunately not always followed. That doesn't mean that there is a need to pile on more federal rules and regulations. Thank you.
All right. So, but you don't have any solutions as to how to encourage or force employers who are not in compliance from being in compliance without a mandatory standard?
I mentioned before that there is always room for more training and compliance assistance from federal agencies. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Jordan, can you spell your last name, please?
Yeah, B as in boy, A-R, A-B as in boy.
You associated with any particular organization?
Not at this time. I was formerly with OSHA and other organizations.
All right, thank you, sir. Is that it, Miriam?
That is, Your Honor.
Any follow-up from OSHA or SOL?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you, counsel. Ms. Melito, thank you very much for your participation this afternoon and for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please promote our next panelist, Mr. Abron. Mr. Abron, good afternoon. Please identify yourself.
Yes, Anthony Abron with the National Safety Council.
You may proceed with your comments, remarks.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing the National Safety Council to testify today in support of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration's proposed heat injury and illness prevention standard. The National Safety Council is America's leading nonprofit safety advocate, and we have been for over 110 years. We have more than 1,300 members that include both employers that are focused on safety as well as labor unions, and we represent nearly 41,000 United States work sites. As stated in our public comments, occupational heat hazards are becoming more prevalent in the United States and throughout the world. NSC leads an organization called Injury Facts, which shows that exposure to environmental heat resulted in thousands of days away from work reported cases in both 2021 and 2022. Industries that face these hazards at a higher rate than others include the transportation industry, the construction industry, and the manufacturing industries. And we believe it is well within the remit of OSHA to finalize a standard to ensure workers do not get sick or sustain fatal injury due to burdensome heat exposure. Additionally, heat is not slowing down as a topic of concern at both the environmental and occupational levels. Just this month in Congress, there was a member of Congress that introduced the Extreme Heat Economics Study Act, which would require an economic study to look at workers' compensation data focused on employee heat-related claims, as well as assisting research on labor productivity losses associated with extreme heat. And as many are aware, there are states such as California, Oregon, Colorado, Minnesota, Washington, and Maryland that have implemented their own heat stress standards. Most employers want to do the right thing and protect their workforce. Workplace injuries and fatalities cost the United States economy over $173 billion alone in 2023. And we believe there is both a moral and economic imperative to mitigate or eliminate hazards that lead to occupational injuries and fatalities, which include heat. Specific to the proposed heat illness and injury prevention standard, we believe that workers experiencing temperatures at 80 degrees Fahrenheit or higher should receive shade, rest, and water to protect against occupational injury and illness due to heat, and then also a rest break in shade for 15 minutes every 2 hours with potable drinking water makes sense for worker protection under a high heat environment. We also support the ANSI consensus standard, which is the heat stress management and construction and demolition operations, which suggests that the length and frequency of rest breaks should increase as heat exposure increases over recommended or regulated limits. There should be some acclimatization process for new workers and workers returning to the job site after 14 days or more away, because that will be critical to their safety and health. And then similarly to what Ms. Melito just said, we believe that training is imperative, but both supervisors and managers should receive the same training as frontline workers, additional, both regarding heat, but then also other occupational safety matters such as emergency procedures, emergency response, and emergency first aid. We also support OSHA looking at non-physical risk factors such as physiological stresses from work and acknowledging how that can also add to a worker's overall heat load. We are, as NSC, an expert in delivering OSHA required training and partnering with employers on strengthening their safety, health, and management system processes. And we also believe that there are additional opportunities in the standard for OSHA to do additional work so that the standard is workable for businesses. These areas include OSHA providing examples of what would be considered an acceptable exposure in an environment exceeding the initial heat trigger for 15 minutes or less in any 60-minute period. We also believe that there may be temperatures that are too high, or any exposure invoked, whether it's 15 minutes or less, would invoke an occupational illness or injury. For companies with multiple work sites, work outdoors, and/or job sites that change frequently, consistent site-specific monitoring for the heat illness and injury prevention plan may be problematic and ultimately costly to an employer. So we just ask that OSHA create a opportunity for a partnership with those employers to figure out what a proper plan could be. An employer with multiple work sites might find difficulties in designing and designating a coordinator for each specific work site. OSHA should provide alternative compliance related protocols an employer can use that would still meet the intentions of the coordinator role in the proposed standard. OSHA should outline in the final standard whether employees can make their own acclimatization schedule and the proper guidelines they must follow. And also the proposed standard should clearly address the use of personal protection equipment designed to provide cooling. We hope that the testimony provided here today is valuable to OSHA as it endeavors to finalize its heat illness and injury prevention standard. NSC supports the implementation of the standard as it will save lives in workplaces across the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Agron. Does OSHA have questions for this panelist?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. Andrew Levinson for OSHA. Mr. Abram, either now or in your post-hearing comments, if you could please address in your written comments, you express support for adding a third trigger to account for heat waves. And we are curious if you have any thoughts on how OSHA could define a heat wave in a manner that would be easy for all covered employers to understand.
Yes, I'm happy to provide an answer to that in our post-hearing comments.
Thank you. The next questions come from Stephen Scher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Abram, for your testimony. So I just have two questions. One is about performance-oriented standards. We've received comments today and also written comments that OSHA should adopt a more performance-oriented standard that would allow employers to adjust their heat injury and illness prevention plans as long as they meet set objectives. And I noticed in your written comment, you indicated that performance-oriented standards can sometimes cause confusion during enforcement and compliance. So I was just wondering, from your perspective, if OSHA were to adopt a more performance-oriented standard, how you would suggest that OSHA do it in a way that would avoid confusion?
Yes. As Ms. Melito said, there may be several businesses that don't have a designated compliance officer or a health and safety expert. And so in those cases, for those businesses or those work sites, it may be confusing to sort of understand what the landscape and what the remit is, especially for employers that don't have access to regulatory counsel and so forth. So a more prescriptive standard where there actually is acknowledgement of this is the rule, this is what I must follow, is a little more delineated and easier to follow in that case. If OSHA were to adopt a more of a performance requirement, we believe that compliance assistance will ultimately be the most sort of impactful factor there, and that will just take a more robust processes for OSHA to use. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we think it's just better if there is specific delineations on what the rule is and what especially specific businesses or work sites must be required to follow.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And if you have anything to add in your post-hearing comments on the structure of the structure of a performance-oriented standard, we'd appreciate that as well. The second question I had was based on something you just said. You suggested that OSHA outline in the final standard whether employers can make their own acclimatization schedule and the guidelines they must follow. And so we'd just be curious what specific elements that you believe such employer developed schedules would need to incorporate in order to be effective. And if this is something you wanted to answer now or in your post-hearing comments, it'd be helpful for us to know for acclimatization purposes.
Yes, happy to provide an answer to that in our post-hearing comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next question comes from Jessica Stone.
Hi, Jessica Stone with OSHA. I'm curious about in your written comments, you had talked about work activities where there's no reasonable expectation of exposure at or above the initial heat trigger, and that there may be some activities that need to be done, including monitoring and others that we did not account for. Can you expand on that and explain sort of what you envision that would require, frequency, anything, any thoughts, additional thoughts you have on that?
Yeah, so happy to talk on that. As sort of a lot of our members, they have sort of work operations in several different sort of climates, several different types or places in the country where they don't think that there will ever be sort of an exposure above 80 degrees, both indoor or outdoor. However, still to be in compliance, they believe that there should still be significant monitoring to make sure that they don't meet what that trigger threshold is. And so we believe it's helpful for employers to know sort of what specific tools are at their disposal to use sort of at their work site to make sure that they're not reaching that specific trigger threshold, so that they don't have to figure out what all the other standards in the plan would, or all the implementations of their plan would be. However, most work sites that sort of are NSC members, they also still do have heat illness prevention plans as a part of being good occupational safety and health practitioners for their employees.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up from my understanding, are you suggesting that you think that OSHA should require some monitoring for everybody, some kind of baseline, or is this, you think that people will look at that and say that they have, how do I know I'm in compliance? I have to do this whether it says it or not.
I think it's that second part. I think it's sort of just making sure that they understand that they are in compliance just because they don't want to be subject to an enforcement action.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, the next questions come from Deirdre Green.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Abram. Deirdre Green, OSHA, Director of Standards and Guidance. You mentioned that supervisors and managers should receive the same training as workers and maybe some additional trainings related to emergency procedures. Could you elaborate on why you think that this is important?
Yes, I think sort of, or we believe at the National Safety Council, everyone should be aware on job sites that sort of meet that 80-degree Fahrenheit trigger, sort of what the signs and symptoms of heat illness and heat stress should be. But ultimately, the person suffering sort of heat illness might not be the one to sort of get action to sort of help support them. through an emergency response procedure. So both sort of supervisors should get the same training in case they are subject to additional thermal load of heat stress, but then also should be aware of what the proper emergency procedure should be, both at the work site, sort of how to administer first aid, but then also in the case of extreme instances, be able to reach out to the requisite medical professionals, either if they are both on campus at the work site, or also maybe they need to call 911 and sort of what that emergency procedures would look like.
Thank you. I have another question related on the high heat. Can you further explain why you believe that OSHA should consider defining excessively high heat areas as something other than a work area where ambient temperatures regularly exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit? And are there other factors that OSHA should consider in this definition?
Yes, I will be happy to answer that question in our post-hearing comments.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next questions come from Gary Orr.
Thank you, Andy. Gary Orr, the Director of Enforcement Programs. Mr. Abram, we're so impressed with what the National Safety Council does and how you can reach out to so many people on, particularly on this important topic of heat stress. This has to deal with a prevention program or a prevention plan. How important is it that workers get involved in the development of the plan and implementation of the plan? And again, I appreciate your discussion, but you're also able to put those in your post-hearing comments as well.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to answer that right now. We truly believe in the role of worker participation and worker involvement. Ultimately, plans are the most successful when workers can engage in the creation of them because they ultimately know best what their work is. And so trying to create a plan where they can understand if this is workable, this is not workable, in partnership with managers and supervisors to ultimately get to what the business imperative is while also maintaining safety as a critical component is sort of paramount to anything that we could ever want. And so it's always important for workers to be involved in the process as though they're the ones that know their work the best.
I agree. And one of the things that we'd like to know, get some of your thoughts on this, is the plan should be available, right? And what is the time frame? For some employers, that may take a little bit of scurrying about to find that. So what would a reasonable time frame you think to have that plan available?
Yeah, I think, and NSC believes that would be different based on the size and scope of what each employer's operations are. And so where we would be was that we would sort of put that back on OSHA and say, sort of given the information that you are provided, given the operation of the businesses throughout the country, what seems reasonable. And then also we would partner then with the employers to making sure that they are in compliance with what the regulation says, both that the availability is something that all the workers, whether it needs to be translated in other languages, that that consideration is made also for employers, but then also sort of what the availability looks like. Is there a digital copy? Does there need to be a physical copy as well? So that way, employers know that they have their bases covered and employees actually know what the plan involves and what the plan is.
Oh, and I think probably because we were just talking about development, but if somebody wants the plan, have access to the plan, what time frame should, sometimes it's just going to a file cabinet, other times it might be going somewhere. Any kind of thoughts on that? How long it might, what would be a reasonable time for that?
Yes, I think that especially from the perspective of workers, if they're asking for the plan, it should be readily available anywhere, right? And that most of the times they're asking for the plan because they believe they're being subject to a threshold of heat that may not be workable for them. So sort of having a digital copy sort of on site wherever the job site is might be helpful, and especially for workers that are maybe potentially in lone worker conditions, maybe that sort of they have access to technology, whether it's a smartphone or other types of documentation, a wearable that would give them access to that plan as well. We believe it's something to specifically consider for job sites that are remote and have lone worker conditions.
That's so helpful. Thank you.
No worries.
And Your Honor, our last question from the OSHA panel is from Zoe Petropoulos.
Hello. We just asked that you consider this in your post-hearing comments. So in the National Safety Council's written comment, there was reference to the newly developed AIHA app that allows folks to determine what bulb globe temperature at their work sites. And if you are aware of any research or data that validates these values derived from the app, could you share those in your post-hearing comment?
Yes, we will make sure to have that in our post-hearing comments.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, that concludes the OSHA panel.
Thank you. Do we have questions from our Office of the Solicitor?
No questions from us. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Abram.
Miriam, do we have any participants who would like to ask questions of this panelist?
There are none, Your Honor.
Mr. Abram, thank you very much for your time and testimony this afternoon, and you are excused.
Thank you so much.
Miriam, if you can promote our next panel, please.
Yes. The next speaker group is the American Society of Safety Professionals, represented by Robert Drain, David May, and John Johnson. Please state your name and affiliation for the record as you each testify independently.
Mr. Drain, Mr. May, Mr. Johnson, can you hear me? This is Judge Henley.
Yes, I can hear you. This is David May. I'm the vice chair of a 1050 standard, and my association is mostly retired. Also work a little bit with Keene State College as a professor, as associate professor emeritus.
You're speaking on behalf of the American Society of Safety Professionals?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm Robert Drain. Sorry, I was unable to unmute. So I'm Robert Drain with the American Society of Safety Professionals as well. And I'm here to speak for the society.
Do we have Mr. Johnson?
I am here, sir.
Okay. Mr. Drain, did you want to begin with your testimony?
Yes, I will. My name is Professor Robert Drain. I'm the chair of the American Society of Safety Professionals Government Affairs Committee. ASSP and I are pleased to have the honor and privilege of testifying on the important issue of workplace safety stress, workplace heat stress to be specific, its impact on workers, and the proposed U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration rule. As you know or may not know, ASSP was founded in 1911 with currently over 36,000 members. The society is the oldest and one of the largest occupational safety and health professional organizations in the world. The society has been a supporter of OSHA since its advent, and we commend OSHA's role in prioritizing workplace safety at a national level, which also includes heat stress. Heat stress is in the workplace is a significant safety issue, and OSHA plays a critical role in addressing it. On September 20th, 2021, the Biden administration announced that OSHA would enhance and expand its efforts to address heat-related illnesses. This included an enforcement initiative on heat-related hazards, developing a national emphasis program on heat inspections, and launching a rulemaking process to develop a workplace heat stress standard. Response from ASSP membership to this announcement was overwhelmingly positive. ASSP educational and technical events addressing heat stress and the proposed OSHA heat stress rule received high levels of participation, and our membership encouraged society leadership to advocate its support of the proposed rule. ASSP offers the following positions and general comments on the proposed heat stress rule. ASSP supports public and private sector initiatives intended to prevent occupational injuries, illnesses, and fatalities. We support public policy initiatives backed by good science and good technology, sound technology. Heat stress is a well-known and largely preventable hazard, and ASSP has long supported the development of a standard for heat stress. Our members emphasize the importance of a standard that is clear and practical to implement, particularly for employers with limited resources. ASSP worked and is continuing to work with the National American Standards Institute, ANSI, A10 Committee for Construction and Demolition Operations to raise more awareness of our ANSI ASSP A1050 2024 Volunteer National Consensus Standard published in February 2024, addressing heat stress for construction and demolition operations. ASSP provided extensive technical comments on OSHA's heat stress initiatives, including the National Emphasis Program, during the time of their release in order to address any concerns it believed warranted additional review. Those comments are available for review on our website for interested EHS professionals and stakeholders. While ASSP has offered technical input on certain provisions, we continue to support the overall direction and intent of the proposed rule. ASSP's comments reflect technical insight from hundreds of members. Three key themes emerged. Our members believe the proposed rule has the potential to significantly reduce heat-related hazards and provide clarity on employer responsibilities related to heat stress prevention. The proposed rule will pose significant implementation challenges for organizations and occupational safety and health professionals. Implementation could be particularly challenging for smaller organizations due to a lack of resources. This lack of resources could include technical and professional insight from EHS professionals. Many ASSP members noted they were pleased that OSHA recognized ANSI ASSP A1050 2024 standard. ASSP has historically maintained its position that voluntary national consensus standards should be reviewed for inclusion as part of the regulatory process. Thank you for the opportunity to share ASSP's perspective, and I would like to now invite John Johnson, the chair of our ANSI ASSP A10 Committee for Construction and Demolition Operations, to expand on how our standards development efforts align with OSHA's proposed rule.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I would like to extend my appreciation to OSHA for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the A10 Committee for Construction and Demolition Operations. I would also like to express my support to Professor Robert Drain as chair of the ASSP's Government Affairs Committee for his testimony supporting the development of an OSHA rulemaking rule addressing heat stress in the workplace. The A10 Committee is one of the oldest standard development committees under ANSI, dating back to the 1940s. Over the years, it's developed over 50 national standards, technical reports, and guidance documents focused on improving safety in construction and demolition operations. Our committee brings together a diverse group of stakeholders from labor, management, and the public. ASSP serves as the secretariat and manages our consensus process, ensuring that no single interest dominates. This structure supports open dialogue, transparency, and a balanced approach to standards development. In 2018, our committee began discussing the need for a national consensus standard on heat stress. After careful deliberation, we agreed that a full ANSI standard would provide the strongest platform to address this hazard, particularly in construction and demolition settings where the risks are often elevated. We then formed a dedicated subcommittee to lead the development of what became ANSI ASSP A10.50, with Dr. Tom Bobick serving as chair and Dr. David May as vice chair. The subcommittee included 30 professionals representing businesses, labor, academia, consulting, and government. Their inclusive consensus-based work took 3 years and reflects the best available knowledge on how to protect workers from heat stress. A1050 includes practical guidance on engineering and administrative controls, rest water and shade requirements, emergency response, and heat stress management programs. While the focus is on construction and demolition, its guidance is relevant to other outdoor industries as well. As OSHA considers a federal rule, we urge the agency to look at A1050 as a key reference point and to align its final rule with the protections our standard outlines. Voluntary consensus standards like this one play a critical role and filling regulatory gaps and helping employers implement effective safety practices today. With that background, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. David May, Vice Chair of A1050 Subcommittee, who will speak more specifically about the technical details of the standard and the science and safety considerations that informed its development. Thank you.
Thank you, John. My name is Dr. David May, and I'm Vice Chair of the A1050 Subcommittee that created the heat stress standard. It was approved by the main A10 committee and subsequently approved as an American national standard. In my opinion, there is no question that heat stress is a significant hazard on work sites, and most heat stress related incidents can be avoided. Our subcommittee's intent was not to replace OSHA's regulatory process, but rather create a resource that OSHA and others could use to inform their efforts. The A1050 standard offers practical science-based guidance that we believe can complement OSHA's rulemaking and provide a strong foundation for compliance and worker protection. The standard helps prevent heat illness by recommending engineering and administrative controls, acclimatization practices, training, and defining roles, for example, that of a competent person and a qualified person. One of the key aspects of A1050 and any proposed regulation is its emphasis on heat stress management programs. This is a critical and impactful section of the A1050 standard. Establishing a heat stress management program requires some planning and effort. Appendix 1 of the document provides sample plans and checklists to assist companies in implementing effective heat stress programs. Appendix 2 offers procedures for measuring or determining heat stress, including the use of wet bulb globe temperature, or WBGT. Appendix 8 outlines medical monitoring needs and describes a buddy system for recognizing early signs of heat illness. Another key feature is support for estimating metabolic workload. Table 2 in the appendix provides examples across various work intensities, from light to very heavy, to help safety professionals evaluate heat strain more accurately. A10 provides guidance on acclimatization, hydration, rest and shade, core elements of OSHA that OSHA is also proposing. It also includes methods for converting heat index data to an estimated WBGT, thus offering a more comprehensive risk assessment of heat conditions. The standard offers a step-by-step procedure to evaluate working conditions and recommends the use of engineering and administrative controls to reduce heat exposure. It also includes WBGT correction factors for different types of PPE work clothing. Appendix 6 includes detailed emergency action plan to follow if a worker experiences a serious heat-related incident. A1050 aligns with the hierarchy of controls, focusing on engineering or administrative controls, as well as PPE, since elimination or substitution of environmental heat isn't often feasible for most outdoor work. Engineering controls are a way to block or reduce heat exposure through physical barriers and mechanical devices such as portable air conditioner when using inside, or fans in a designated rest area that could be used both indoors and outdoors. Misting fans can also be used to cool workers outside. For reference, sometimes you see those types of fans used on sidelines of football games or amusement parks. Administrative controls include changes to the way work is done that can reduce the heat exposure, such as scheduling to start at dawn and take a break during the hottest time of the day. If not, work could be extended to cooler hours at the end of the day. Another administrative control is rest, which reduces workers' metabolic load and allows them to cool off in shady area while drinking water to replace fluids lost through sweating during the day. PPE can also include cooling vests or hard hats with thermal barriers or shade visors that attach to the back to block direct sunlight. Let me note that dealing with excessive heat is a complicated process because many of the environmental conditions and wide range of work tasks must be considered. This complexity is one reason why no national consensus standard had yet been developed. The subcommittee considered all aspects of the problem when preparing this document to give companies as much help as we could. The standard itself is 17 pages, but there are additional 34 pages of helpful information in 9 different appendices that give both management and workers advice on how to deal with working safely in excessive heat. Lastly, as John Johnson noted, the A10 subcommittee consisted of 30 members who represented small and large businesses, trade unions, consultants, university, and government agencies. We worked well together over the 3 years it took to develop the standard, and I want to express my sincere appreciation to everyone involved for their dedication and collaboration. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important dialogue. ASSP appreciates the thoughtful and diligent efforts of OSHA and its stakeholders to protect workers from the hazards of heat. We stand ready to support the agency as it advances a standard that prioritizes both worker safety and operational practicality. Thank you.
Thank you. Does OSHA have questions for this panel?
Yes, Your Honor. In ASSP's written, Andrew Levinson for OSHA. In ASSP's written comments, you recommended that OSHA recognize the specific requirements of the ANSI ASSP A1050 standard for construction and demolition as an example, as an additional example of what could be implemented in a federal OSHA standard. Could you please highlight either now or in your post-hearing comments any requirements of the A10.50 standard that OSHA is currently missing from its proposed standard and which you believe should be included in an OSHA standard?
David, I'll cover this one. We will address that in our comments.
Thank you very much. The next comment or the next question comes from Stephen Chair.
Yes, thank you so much for your testimony. I have just 2 questions. One is about drinking water. So we've received comments about drinking water, and we're wondering, in your experience, if you could discuss any challenges in maintaining water at cool temperatures at remote or mobile work sites, especially during long shifts or on very hot days. And if you could offer any recommendations for measures that could help with these challenges.
We could offer advice. We didn't put a specific temperature in our standard for water other than it just be cool. I presume it would be the standard ways that we would do it in any other sort of operation where we needed to have cool water, which would be, bring ice and ice chests that can cool down drinking water.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And my second question is about acclimatization. In your comment, you had proposed including acclimatization schedules in a non-mandatory appendix to any rule. And so I was wondering if you could provide some examples of what you think OSHA should consider including in such an appendix. And this is something you could also do in your post-hearing comments.
Sure, we can include that in post-hearing comments. Basically, in our standard, the appendices, we did put in some examples of acclimatizations schedules, both for initial acclimatization and for re-acclimatizing workers. In our standard, we adapted the NIOSH recommendations from the NIOSH criteria document.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
And Your Honor, the next question comes from Jessica Stone.
Hi, Jessica Stone with OSHA, and I apologize if this is getting into the weeds and you don't have an answer. I'm an economist, and we tend to get in the weeds and ask questions that nobody can answer. So I'm curious if you have any information about vehicle cabs. Part of our standard, was said that there were some different considerations for drivers who are in cooled cabs. Our big question is what the percent of cabs, what percent of trucks have cabs that are cooled. again, that's the question that I don't think anybody has the information on, but if you do, I would love to hear it. And any considerations that you gave to workers who are spending time driving or in a cooled cab and how that would affect what their employers should be doing.
Well, Dave, let me try this one. As far as the percentage of vehicles that have cool cabs, that would be a tough one. We'll have to kind of collaborate together on that one and try to give you the best answer we can. So I think we'll have to address that in our post-hearing comments. My apologies.
No, you didn't come equipped to answer my very specific question.
Well, I guess it all depends on the age of the vehicle. There aren't too many vehicles manufactured that don't have air conditioning. So we don't see that in the industry as a problem, finding conditioned cabs. Actually, that is something in the employer I work for, we use as cooling stations, vans or trucks or vehicles in environments where we have a very difficult time finding shade, which would be solar fields, large solar fields. So that is one of the controls that's in place, and we know that it's used very, very widely across the industry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next question comes from Deirdre Green.
Hi, Dr. Deirdre Green, OSHA, Director of Standards and Guidance. You indicate that the proposed record-keeping requirements need additional clarification. Can you please identify the specific aspects that you believe OSHA should clarify?
I think that one's yours too. I'm not familiar with the concern.
Yeah, we'll have to get back to you on that one. I don't know if that wasn't part of my testimony.
Yeah, I think we'll have to address that in our post-hearing comments.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, the last question from the OSHA panel comes from Zoe Petropoulos.
Hey, and this is just to be considered for your post-hearing comment. And this was a question we also had for National Safety Council. In the ASSP written comment, there was a mention of the recently developed AIHA app for determining wet bulb globe temperature at work sites. And if you're aware of any data or research validating the values derived from this app, could you share those with us in your comment? Thank you.
We will do so.
And Your Honor, that concludes the OSHA questions.
Thank you. Questions from the Office of the Solicitor?
No questions for the Office of the Solicitor. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mary, do we have any participants that would like to ask questions of this panel?
Yes, there is one question from Mr. Kane.
Please promote.
Miss Kane, I apologize.
Kane, please identify yourself and any associated organization.
Good afternoon, Chris Kane, NAB2. I had just a couple questions if you can offer any insight. One is, during the process of establishing the A1050 final standard, if you could share any instances of employers' examples of acclimatization processes that they use, number one, and number two, if you have any information, anyone on the panel, on the use of A1050 since its publication, and any feedback that's been received by employers, if you could share that.
I can do the first part, John, if you want to take the second part. The first part with acclimatization, I don't recall that we had seen other acclimatization processes from employers. Actually, I should take that out. There might have been a couple, and where there were specific acclimatization processes, they would have been pretty close to probably the NIOSH recommendations. There's sort of a not a wide variation, but there's some variation between acclimatization processes. Some might have it as low as 4 days or thereabouts, where others go out 14 days. So it all depends on what percentage of acclimatization that you want. We looked at the 5 days, and it seemed to be very good at getting pretty close to being fully climatized. 100% is about 14 days.
Thank you, David.
Okay, John.
Yeah, in terms of utilization of A1050, the latest records we have is we've sold 800 copies. We've given away about 700 copies to committee members and other folks. We just gave a copy to a representative of Red Cross last week as an example. So it's getting out and about. It's a relatively new standard, so it's selling pretty well for a new standard. So how it's been received, it depends on your audience, as with any standard. But generally speaking, it's been received well in the industry. People have been kind of starved for guidance on this particular topic, and A1050 has done a really good job of presenting the information in a very factual way and very clear to understand of how employers can comply with A1050 as a consensus standard. And as with any consensus standard, people can pick and choose what they like or what they don't like out of the particular standard. But generally speaking, it's been received pretty well by the industry as a whole.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Miriam, any additional participants?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up from OSHA or the solicitor's office?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I'd like to thank the American Society of Safety Professionals for their time and testimony this afternoon. You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I believe our final panel for today's session is from the UAW International Union. Please promote.
Yes, the next speaking group is represented by Darius Seaven, Matthew Uptmore, and James Holton. We do not see James Holton in the attendee list, so if you have joined under another name, Mr. Holton, please use the raise hand feature.
So, good afternoon, gentlemen. Dr. Seaven, I think we have you. Are you the lead?
I'm the lead. I think I may be the only one actually speaking. I'm not sure if Matt intends to speak, if he's on. Matt, are you on? Okay, he may not even be on. So in any case, I will be speaking. So may I start?
Yes, sir. Just identify yourself and again, the organization you're associated with, and then you can begin your testimony.
My name is Dr. Darius Seaven of the United Auto Workers Health and Safety Department. I bring greetings from our president, Sean Fain, and his assistants, Emily Friedberg and Matthew Upmore. Mr. Upmore directs the Health and Safety Department. We represent about 1 million active and retired workers, and we are grateful for the opportunity to testify on this proposed rule. We strongly support OSHA's proposal for a standard on heat injury and illness prevention in outdoor and indoor work settings. It will save thousands of lives and protect millions of workers from entirely preventable heat-related illnesses and injuries on the job. We believe that some of the strengths of the proposed rule include, but are not limited, the fact that it is well supported by strong empirical evidence. It includes workers at risk of heat stress in indoor environments. The 2 heat thresholds or triggers provide different levels of preparation and response according to the risk or the severity of the hazard. We urge you to continue this rulemaking and publish a final standard as soon as possible. Public Citizen has estimated that as many as 600 to 2,000 workers die of heat-related illnesses each year. As many as 170,000 workplace injuries annually may be due to excessive heat on the job. We have more than 200,000 members who live in states who, according to the preamble, the initial heat trigger is exceeded more than 500 hours a year. And we have almost 175,000 members who live in states where the high heat trigger is exceeded more than 100 hours a year. In addition to our support for the standard, we recommend some improvements. We would like to see a reduction in the time threshold, to meet the initial heat trigger. According to OSHA's technical manual on heat stress, the core body temperature can increase to dangerous levels within 10 or 15 minutes. And yet the standard, the trigger is for more than 15 minutes in any 60-minute period. This potentially places workers at risk of being exposed for a dangerously long time to dangerous levels of heat before the employer begins to implement controls. We recommend the threshold be reduced to exposure above the initial heat trigger for 5 minutes over the span of an hour. This will trigger protections before workers experience heat stress instead of once they are already experiencing the signs of heat stroke. We favor requiring on-site measurements using the wet bulb globe temperature as a heat trigger. There are lots of local conditions, including ambient temperature, humidity, radiant heat exposures, wind speed, outdoors, workload, and clothing that may well not be captured by using the heat index. Generally, and within the same workplace, in fact, there can be wide varieties of heat depending on a variety of conditions. For those reasons, we recommend using the wet bulb globe technology instead of the heat index. We think that heat-related dangers to temporary workers should be addressed more clearly, and responsibility for keeping them safe should be made more clear, particularly because such a large fraction of heat-related injuries and illnesses occur during the first week or the first day of exposure. We think it's often the case that workers, especially workers employed by an agency, are not properly acclimatized, and the employer, that is to say the host employer, may not have the information as to how well acclimatized they are or not, because they may have been acclimatized or not on other jobs. And so we think that it should be clarified that that's the host employer's responsibility. In addition, while OSHA mandates scheduled risk breaks for high heat situations, rest breaks for lower exposures are unscheduled and on an as-needed basis. We believe that there should be a mandated minimum schedule of rest breaks to prevent employers from ignoring early signs of heat stress at the 80 trigger. And there should be enough water below 60 degrees Fahrenheit for every employee to drink at least 32 ounces per hour, as in the California and Colorado heat standards. We believe that the standards should require employers to follow the hierarchy of controls, and that the feasibility of this is demonstrated in the OSHA guidance document entitled Heat Prevention, Engineering Controls, Work Practices, and Personal Protective Equipment. We believe that employees and their representatives should be included in all aspects of the heat injury and illness prevention program, and in the identification of monitored work areas, not just in the development and implementation of the program. Ongoing participation of the workers and their representatives is necessary so that those who are most directly affected by heat-related hazards have a regular opportunity to participate in determining which additional work activities or work zones will be covered. Workers are obviously most familiar with the conditions of their own jobs, and their participation should be ongoing. We believe that the standard should provide workers with an explicit right to stop working as soon as they experience signs or symptoms of heat-related illness, which can quickly escalate into a life-threatening situation. We recommend adopting the language of the ASSP ANSI A10.50 standard on this particular point. We believe the standard should specify training and qualifications required for heat safety coordinators and give them explicit authority to stop work. Some of the training should include how to ensure compliance with the heat illness and injury prevention plan, detailed protocols for responding to heat-related emergencies, including decision-making during life-threatening scenarios, using and interpreting environmental monitoring data such as wet globe bulb and heat index readings to adjust work schedules dynamically, and communication skills, which may not always be just in English, in order to make sure that that they both receive reports from workers and coworkers that somebody may be having experienced heat-related symptoms and can respond appropriately to them. We urge that OSHA actually require that all personnel employed at a workplace covered by the standard be trained, and not just those who may be heat exposed, in part because those who are less heat exposed may be in better mental shape to identify and respond to the issues being experienced by those who are more heat exposed. The proposal also contains no requirement about how cool a shaded area should be, despite the fact that the preamble reports a case in which the temperature in the shade reached 120 degrees Fahrenheit. We think it should follow the California heat standard, which says shaded area must be less than 82 degrees Fahrenheit, and that workers should not have to rely on their own resources for shade. Given the well-documented prevalence of health and safety-related retaliation, we recommend that OSHA develop an enforceable provision that expressly prohibits employer retaliation for workers who assert their rights under this rule, and employers should be required to inform employees of their rights to job protections when they raise safety concerns. The proposed rule at current does not consider the population of children farm workers. Children as young as 10 are legally hired for farm work. Since children have physiological differences and less control of their environments compared to adults, it is difficult to compare studies. However, a study of child farm workers in North Carolina found that 47.9% of child workers experienced heat-related illness. Ultimately, we support the elimination of all child labor in all industries, including agriculture. However, this cannot necessarily be accomplished through an occupational heat standard. Hence, we ask OSHA to consider the reality that many child employees are exposed to heat at work. Please include clear requirements for recording and reporting on work-related heat incidents and illnesses. Require all covered employers to maintain a heat incident log in writing, give workers and their representatives the right to access and copy the log, include a definition and criteria for what constitutes a work-related heat illness that must be recorded on the log, require that all work-related heat cases needing emergency care be reported to OSHA within 8 hours as part of OSHA's severe injury reporting regulation. Also address situations in which the air conditioning fails to function. We agree with AIHA that if the air conditioning cannot be fixed the day it breaks, work should be suspended until it is fixed. We believe that the rule should cover workers performing sedentary activities who are currently excluded. There are many old and poorly ventilated buildings, and also buildings in which it's not possible to open the windows. This can lead to decreases in air quality and increases in heat stress, as some buildings absorb heat in few avenues to mix with cooler air. Although sedentary jobs are at lower risk, it doesn't mean that they're not at risk at all. And finally, we think that incarcerated workers have the same rights as other workers and should be covered by the standard. Otherwise, it would actually be that somehow these dangerous occupational conditions are part of their sentence, and that might even be cruel and unusual punishment. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on this important proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Sivan. Does OSHA have questions for this, for Dr. Sivan or for the panel?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. Andrew Levinson for OSHA. We heard earlier today a number of speakers say that they think that smaller employers should be exempt from having a written plan. Do you have thoughts on that? And if so, at what size should OSHA consider too small to have a written plan?
I think perhaps smaller employers could have a somewhat simpler written plan, but I think in terms of simply communicating, even if you have 5 employees, you have a 2-page written plan and everybody knows what the plan is. I think if you don't have a written plan, human communication is often poor enough. And it's very it could be smaller or simpler, but I would not totally exempt anybody from having a written plan.
Thank you. And you had touched on this a little bit in your testimony now, and I think also in your written. Can you expand upon your thoughts on employee involvement? When should it be required? And do you have specific language that OSHA should consider? And again, either if not here, then in post-hearing written comments.
We'll be happy to provide specific language in post-hearing written comments. In general, I think that employees should be involved in all aspects of not just the design and implementation of the program, but carrying it out day to day, because they're the ones who are exposed, they're the ones at risk, and they're often the ones who know what's happening in the workplace better than anyone else.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Deirdre Green.
Thank you, Dr. Sivan. Dr. Deirdre Green, OSHA. Your comments mentioned that supervisors and heat safety coordinators may need some additional training, such as a job hazard analysis. What specific changes would you suggest that OSHA make? And in your experience, are these things that people on staff already know, or would this be a change?
So, so we will be happy to submit specific changes in post-hearing comments. Now, there are, in my experience, a wide variety of employers, and there are employers who already have robust heat programs and train their supervisors. Obviously, they don't have exactly a position called heat program coordinator because that's essentially created for the standard, but train the responsible people. And then I think I would say they exist, but they're the exception. And the vast majority of employers do not achieve that high a standard of practice. And in general, that's why mandatory standards exist, because there are always maybe the top 10 or 5% who implement it to reduce workers' comp costs because they see what the science says, because it's part of their self-definition as employers to be super responsible employers for whatever reason. And then there's everybody else who needs to be brought up to a minimum by a standard. So yeah, there are some employers who are already doing it, but they're the minority of employers. And also, quite frankly, they may be putting themselves at a competitive disadvantage, which can be reduced by bringing everyone else up to a floor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next question is from Jessica Stone.
Hi, Jessica Stone with OSHA. This may be another thing for post-hearing comments. We're just curious if your organization has looked at, or if you know anyone who has looked at sort of the impacts on things like absenteeism, turnover, and workers' compensation costs associated with either with not having a plan or benefits of reducing those, where people do have plans for heat injury and illness prevention. And again, if this is a post-hearing.
If we had specific data on that, it probably would have already been in our comments or in our testimony.
All right.
So we will attempt to look at that one for post-hearing comments as well.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Your Honor, the next questions come from Brenda Finter.
Good afternoon. I'm Brenda Finter with OSHA. In the written comments submitted, you mentioned the use of cooled seats and benches. Would you provide more information or details regarding the use of cooled seats or benches for rest breaks?
One possibility would be to have like lightweight plastic seats that were, let's say, kept indoors, air conditioned for outdoor work, and brought out and maybe changed every hour. I can't say that I can tell you right now where they might be used, but we could look into that too.
That would be great. Thank you. Can you describe how successful the use of personal cooling devices and body cooling accessories has been in the field? This includes things like vests, neck fans, headbands, cooling towels, neck fans, hard hat cooling top pads, and so forth. And which of any of these have you found particularly effective?
We would have to look at that too and get back to you in post-hearing comments.
Okay. And then can you describe your members' experience with formal work rest break schedules when the heat reaches a certain trigger point? Have they had any problems with following these schedules? And where do the employees take breaks for cooling rest?
So it just so happens that that last week I was at contract negotiations for a small employer in Ohio, where our members raised that we were trying to negotiate, in fact, some improvements in the heat exposure policy, and our members raised that the existing heat exposure policy is very variable by supervisor in terms of whether the breaks required in the policy are actually followed or not.
What control technology should be included as an alternate to AC and fans?
As an alternate to AC and fans.
And that's something you can, provide later if you can't think of anything right now.
Yes.
And then my last question is, have your member companies tried cooling fans? And if so, what is their experience with fans? Do employees work in places where fans cannot be used frequently or for extended periods of time? And if so, what is currently being used to keep employees in those spaces cool?
We have some employers who use AC. So there are some places where fans can be used. There are some places that get so hot that the fans are just sort of blowing around hot air. And there are some places where sideways movement of air would interfere with the local exhaust ventilation and lead to higher toxic chemical exposures where you obviously would not want to use fans. I'm also aware of cases where employees were using fans on their own because they were hot and they were unaware that the fans were reducing the functioning of the local exhaust ventilation.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, the last question comes from Zoe Petropoulos.
Muted. Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't click that button for a second. So you said in your testimony that you recommended that OSHA require the use of wet bulb globe temperature instead of heat index, and correct me if I've mischaracterized that. I'm wondering if you could speak to whether you think conducting on-site measurements of wet bulb globe temperature is feasible for most work sites and employers.
I think it's feasible for many. And perhaps it could be a requirement which some employers could be excused from if they could demonstrate that it was not feasible for them, or that OSHA could say that it's a requirement for employers so large or larger based on OSHA's estimate of who could afford the industrial hygiene resources. I think those would be reasonable, but I think that there are some workplaces, for example, UAW represented foundries, where it's not just the outdoor temperature that's determining the heat. And so and the heat index would not be adequate. And just for example.
Your Honor, I think that concludes OSHA's questions. Unless Zoe, did you have a final?
I'm so sorry. I did have another one. This can be considered in your post-hearing comments. You don't need to answer it now. We heard from many commenters that they oppose the exemption of indoor sedentary workers from the rule. And if you're aware of any literature or data on the risk of HRIs among these workers specifically, if you could share that in your post-hearing comment. Thank you.
Okay.
And that, Your Honor, concludes OSHA's questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the Office of the Solicitor?
I do. In some of our comments, there are calls for flexibility in the timing of the mandatory breaks above the high heat trigger. I wanted to know how the UAW responds to these calls for flexibility for employers who are engaging in work processes that may come up against the timing of the mandatory breaks.
I'm concerned that there at least might be some cases in which individuals who are getting close to the limits of their physiological capacity would be forced to continue working. I can imagine situations where one plans for the work to continue by having other individuals, maybe who haven't been working in hot conditions, rotate into the hotter work, whereas the individuals who have been working in those conditions get their breaks. And so I understand why the work must continue. I think it might be possible to find a way for the work to continue without forcing the overexposed workers to be the ones who continue the work.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Miriam, how many participants do we have who wish to ask questions of this panelist?
We have 3, Your Honor.
Can you promote the first individual, please?
Yes, the first is Mr. Schneider. Please state your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Scott Schneider. And the question I had was, the industry talks a lot about performance-based standards and using a JHA to determine the hazards that are appropriate for their work site. In your comments, you talk about the use of a JHA and a programmatic standard. Could you tell us how that would work?
I think in the context of a programmatic standard, JHA is about reviewing a task or a set of tasks to determine all the potential risks and then identifying how those risks will be addressed. And part of the program could be, first of all, to do upfront JHAs on all those jobs that don't change much over time, production work primarily. And then sometimes you have to do maybe less programmatic, but should be required JHAs on work that's performed only occasionally, to make sure that all the risks of that work are identified. We find that a disproportionate portion of our serious injuries and fatalities occur in infrequently done work where JHAs have not been properly performed, so that the hazard that eventually resulted in the injury or the fatality was not identified prior to the work starting, and that if a JHA had been properly performed, it could have been. Heat is potentially one of those hazards which could be better identified as a JHA, and specifically, if the JHA requires you to take a specific measurement, if the JHA procedure for heat requires you to take a specific measurement at the time that the work will be done, you will have a lot more information with which to address that hazard. And that can certainly be part of heat injury and illness prevention program, saying, take the JHA, do the JHA.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Please promote our next participant.
The next person is Miss Barbara Ash.
Hi, this is Ellie Barbarash from AFSCME. Dr. Sivin, hi. I wanted to follow up on Ms. Petropoulos's question about wet bulb temperatures and just ask, why is relying on a wet bulb globe temperature for measurement more important than a general heat index, especially for indoor or auto facility settings? And I would even expand that to even other scope of indoor work. Why is a wet bulb
It can
important?
capture specific conditions that may be caused by local industrial processes such as furnaces or processes that exist maybe in large parts of the facility, such as in a foundry, that are much harder to capture using a generalized heat index.
Thank you. I ask it from the context of our members who work in incinerators and waste processing and huge industrial municipal services capacity. Thank you.
Similar thing where the source of heat is not just the weather, but the specific industrial process. Smelting facilities are another example.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbarash. Miriam, please promote our next participant.
Next is Miss Arbery.
Hi there. My question is for Dr. Sivin.
Ms. Arbery, is there a way for you're very faint? I'm having trouble hearing you. Maybe you can go closer to your mic.
Sure. Yes, my name is Sinead Arbery with the AFL-CIO.
Dr. Saban, can you hear her?
I can.
Okay, maybe it's just me. Sorry, Ms. Arbery, go ahead.
No worries. Dr. Sivin, what are examples of occupations in your membership that would fall under OSHA's current exclusion of indoor sedentary work? And how do you think it's best to include them in the standard?
I'm sorry, this is the court reporter. I'm also having problems hearing her.
I can repeat the question if it helps.
Well, it typically is, if you're answering the question, you shouldn't ask the question. But
okay,
yeah, Ms.
Right.
Maybe we can have our ABT folks help Ms. Arbery.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Volume.
Speak quite loudly.
Now you're muted.
How am I muted?
Now,
What about now?
not much improvement.
Do you have headphones by chance, Ms. Arbery?
Not on me, no.
Okay, if you have your phone, if you want to go ahead and just click the drop down arrow by your mute button, you can have WebEx call you and then you can just speak to your phone. I think that'll be a little louder for you. Do you see that drop down arrow next to the mute option?
Yes, but I don't see my phone as an option.
Do you see switch audio towards the bottom?
Yes. Oh,
Click switch audio and then choose call me and then just put in your cell phone number.
okay.
Thank you. We appreciate you doing that.
you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better, but I think we are trying to get you to call in and then just instead of
Yeah.
you.
This is the WebEx number.
Yeah,
Oh.
she called in. That's perfect.
All right. So we can hear you now, Miss Arbery, much better. Go ahead. What's your question? Oh, now you're muted.
Am I still muted?
Not anymore. Go ahead.
Dr. Sivan, what are examples of occupations in your membership that would fall under OSHA's current exclusion of indoor sedentary work? And how do you think it's best to include them in the standard?
So it may not be that well known that the UAW represents a large number of legal services staff, especially in the city of New York. As a health and safety representative, I have been to many of their offices, and many of them are in very old buildings in New York City, which have very poor HVAC systems or no HVAC systems that rely on maybe radiators in the winter, and if they're lucky, window air conditioning units in the summer. And although they do sedentary work, those buildings can get very hot, and often they don't even have the window air conditioning units. And so I believe that those folks who have to often be in those buildings 8 hours a day or more. As some of you know, legal work is not always 9 to 5. In any case, are an example of a part of our membership that might be considered sedentary, but would be exposed to rather difficult conditions in the summer, which might be covered by the standard.
Thank you, Ms. Arbery. Miriam, any additional participants in the queue?
Yes, the final question is from Mr. West.
Thank you. My name is Gavin West. I'm here on behalf of North America's Building Trades Unions, NABTU. Dr. Sivan, could you explain why in your work settings that it is important for a heat illness and injury prevention plan to be in writing? And why did you stress this as important in your comments? Thank you.
So I think generally, in a context where you have supervisors and workers, where you have worker participation, even where you have mandated worker participation, there's still a difference in power. Also, if you do have mandated worker participation and the workers say we think X and Y and Z should be in the plan, the best way to demonstrate that it's in the plan is to actually have a written plan, right? And I agree that a plan for a workplace of 5 people does not need to be as lengthy as a plan for a workplace of a couple thousand people. So let's take actually, some of our legal services offices have 50 or 100 people, but let's imagine a small legal services office of 5 people, right? So that would not need to be a lengthy plan, but if you put it in paper so that everybody knows what the plan is, and everybody knows that once there was like participation and development of the plan, the suggestions got into the plan, or some suggestions did get into the plan and some suggestions didn't, because people can see it on paper. And if somebody says, hey, the heat trigger has been exceeded, we need our water, we need our breaks, it's helpful to have a written plan to point to that says, yeah, here in the plan, it says this is what you're going to do in these circumstances.
Thank you, Dr. Sivan. Is that it, Miriam? Anybody else?
That is it, Your Honor.
Any follow-up from OSHA or the Solicitor's Office?
No, Your Honor, no questions from OSHA.
No, Your Honor, no additional questions from us either.
So we appear to be at the end of all scheduled witnesses for today. I would like to remind the hearing participants that they may submit additional evidence or statements relevant to the proceeding within 90 days of the end of the hearing, which again is September 30th, 2025. At that point, the record for this rulemaking will close. On behalf of the Department of Labor, I wish to again publicly thank all those people who gave of their time and testimony to contribute to today's session. To all participants, thank you for your interest in this important matter. The hearing is hereby adjourned for today, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.